over here? Oh, more skimmers. Maybe there's some dead bodies here I can loot.
Hey guys, it's Adam from Pixel, and welcome back. You probably know this already, but in case you don't, in case you've been living a very sheltered life the last few years,
Dying
artists
dog.
are in the process of experiencing in real time history unfold. Our future, our purpose, our meaning is currently on trial, literally. I just posted a three-part video covering this monumentally important Senate hearing, featuring, of course, on behalf of artists, Carla Ortiz, who I recommend you reach out to and send a lot of love, because she's been at the helm. She's been leading the charge in this regard, along with her friends and stuff. But she's been the one appearing in the Senate. That said,
What? These don't stack?
as important a subject as this is, and as potentially damaging that this could be if we let it slide ignorantly, I don't feel it's all that bad. And what I mean by that is, I don't think that what's going on right now with AI and AI imagery is all bad. Now, you can stop the video right here and go down into the comments and just let me have it. Just rip me a new one right now, because no, hold off. Don't get ahead of yourself yet. Let me explain why. I do not think that having our imagery, having our likeness, having our style taken and acquired and used illegally to train artificial intelligence programs to be a good thing. I stand behind the artists that are fighting on our behalf, and I stand on the side of the argument that I've spent my entire life, and you, my peers, my friends, my family, you have spent your entire lives working towards developing this marketable skill, being able to leave your mark and share your stories and your vision with the world around you. And I stand behind you and protecting that which you have worked so hard to achieve. But it's not all bad. Not what's happening right now, and what I'm witnessing, being at the center of what's happening right now, myself on my channel, I can tell you that I have lived this before. And no, I'm not talking about an earlier video where I spoke about my experiences in 3D. No. I'm talking about several of the experiences that I've had in my life when we were on the brink. When life itself, when our safety, when our stability, when the rhythm of life as we knew it was being rattled. And one such experience that I have brought up in art talks in the past was the ice storm, the huge, long, terrible ice storm that hit eastern Canada and parts of northeastern USA as well. That for many people across this part of the country were out of power for weeks and even months. We actually, since this past winter, we actually had another short ice storm that lasted about, I was out of power for about a week, which was pretty significant. Long enough to cause all the food in your fridge to rot, long enough for me to have to camp in a house overnight for 3 nights while my family stayed somewhere warm so I could make sure my cats were safe. Waking up in the middle of the morning where I could see my breath in my own bedroom. That's pretty dramatic, isn't it? And living in the dark with flashlights kind of sucks ass. But back in 99, it was a much bigger deal. Back in 1999, for a lot of people, this entire portion of the country was a ghost town. It was pitch black. It was a frozen landscape. It was actually, in some ways, objectively beautiful when downtown Montreal, where I was, or the entire city, all the neighborhoods around Montreal were literally crystal palaces. It looked like the ice witch had cursed the city, and this lasted a long time. At day 1, day 2, when the power was out, well, it happens. After 1 week, people start to really worry. After a week and a half, the city starts going into panic mode and starts hoarding things. Grocery stores start having to use candlelight to light the aisles. And then, by week 2, 2.5, something starts to happen. People start coming out of the woodworks and start to realize that if we don't do something, if we don't do something dramatic, something significant, then we're in serious trouble. So for the first time in decades, since I was born, pretty much, in that part of town, people started to emerge from their homes. People that were normally homebodies, introverts, all of a sudden people start to realize, I've got to get out of my house. I've got to start doing something to get help and to help others. It just becomes instinctive to start to band together. And one of the things that this ice storm, that this challenge, that this tragedy in many cases taught us as people in the modern era was that in order for us to survive, in order for us to thrive, we need each other. We need each other. I wouldn't eat if the guy who worked at the pizza shop up the street decided to open his doors to make lukewarm coffee and warm up pizzas on a Bunsen burner because all of his ovens were off, and offer a place for comfort. I wouldn't have been able to eat or get the necessities that I needed for myself or my family if the grocery store closed and somebody didn't find a way to keep those doors open, and then somebody volunteered. A couple of people volunteered to be security because their security systems weren't working. All of a sudden, we're thrown into this place where people start looking out for needs of others and filling those demands. To see doctors and physiotherapists and accountants
Nothing but junk.
Move to carry somebody's
Unfortunate.
groceries, or to help an old woman walk up the street that was basically a skating rink, to lift huge logs of wood that had fallen on top of cars and parts of people's houses, and help to tape up and put plastic up on the sides of houses where branches had broken through and there was cold air getting in. It was pretty dramatic seeing this happen. And I started to meet and get to know neighbors that I never knew existed. It was a very, very difficult, challenging time. There were people who took advantage of this situation. There were people who took advantage of the blackout and the overwhelmed authorities and police officers to loot homes. Some people were irresponsible or unsavvy and tried to light propane barbecues inside their house and poison themselves to death. Pretty bad things happened, but the majority of what was going on was the community started to band together. A community that up until that point for many, many decades were complacent, comfortable, had everything they needed. They had their television, they had their radio, they had their phones, they had everything they needed. Took it all for granted. And then all nature needed to do was flick the switch, just turn off the electricity for a couple of weeks, and all of a sudden we realized we were thrown back 200 years in history, where all of a sudden we had to light by candle, and all of a sudden we had
nothing to lose.
fend
Let's
for
go train, I
ourselves and
guess.
find ways to keep our food fresh, and put boxes outside on the back porch, and if you notice somebody who didn't have food, you take some food out of that box and you give it to your neighbor. Would I want to go through that again? Well, it was very, very difficult. It was very challenging. It was not fun. You know, taking cold showers is not fun. But I don't regret it. I don't regret going through that difficult time. And when I posted these last few videos, basically a commentary on the court trials going on, kind of talking about the different people involved from Stability AI and from Adobe and UMC and of course from the illustration side of things, and the different judges that were presiding over, and the questions that were being asked, and the body language of the different people there. As I was going over it and talking about it, what was truly amazing to see was that this is a topic that is so frightening for so many of us, and so meaningful and impactful to our lives, that tens and tens of thousands of people have seen those videos, but they haven't only seen the videos. If you look at the analytics, everybody who's watched it, almost everybody who's watched it, who has watched it all the way through to the end. From a YouTuber's perspective, that's remarkable because there wasn't a single one of those videos that was under an hour long. Most people usually tap out around the 15-20 minute mark. My art talks are usually quite long, 20, 30, 40, 50 minutes sometimes. I look at the analytics, and very often the analytics show that people start losing interest after about 12 to 15 minutes. But this trial, people stuck it through an hour and a half. They left hundreds and hundreds of comments. They were incredibly proactive. There were people chiming in from different domains, people who weren't only artists, but they also worked in programming or worked in AI development. There were lawyers that were chiming in. There were accountants that were chiming in. There were people that had had experiences with Adobe themselves, or had dealt with copyright infringement with their music or with their artwork. All of these people chimed in. It was a huge, active community of people, and it's still going strong. Go and check it out for yourself. The last few videos I posted on my channel as of Wednesday, August 2nd, when I'm recording this. What's happening is our comfort, our safety, our security is being challenged. And I think from a human perspective, from a professional's perspective, I think this is necessary. It reinforces your resolve. It refreshes your sense of purpose. It reminds you that you are not alone in this community sitting behind a desk and drawing. That's only 1/50th of what you truly are as an artist. As an artist, you're a member of a community. You share a common passion. You share a common desire. You share a common language. And you need to understand that sharing that, by sharing your talent, sharing your passion, sharing your voice with other people, you are letting other people know I'm here too. You're letting other people know I'm a part of this community. I'm listening to you. I can reply to you. I understand you. The reason why my channel exists is because it's community. It's a meeting place where we can all find each other. It's that place, that one of the places that you can go when the power goes out and you're reaching out for help from somebody else. That's what this is. It's a community, and that's the whole reason why I did those AI hearing videos in the first place. Because we could all meet together in one place, and we could all share our thoughts and feelings, our fears, our hopes, a couple of trolls, which I booted out very, very quickly. That's what this is all about. If you all you do is sit here and whine and complain that it's all over, there's no point, we might as well give up and throw in the towel right now. I'm telling you right now, when times are tough and you don't know what to do and you don't know where to go and your stability, your lifestyle, your livelihood is being challenged, you are not going to be the person that people reach out to for help. You will not be regarded as an active and helpful member of the community. People don't gravitate towards people who give up in tough times. People who say, screw it. I thought it was going to be easy. Now things have gotten, now there's challenge. This AI is going to come, it's going to steal everybody's job. I'm just going to give up. If that's your attitude, stop. Because people need you. Your community needs you. They don't need you to answer all their questions for them. They don't need you to pick up the pencil and do the artwork for them. They need you to have that sense of belonging. They need you to know that we're in this together. Yes, it's tough, but if we band together, then we can figure it out. You need to make yourself available as a member of this community. Carla Ortiz, who I praise endlessly because she deserves it. I'm not only praising her because she's been so active. I'm not praising her because she's a really awesome artist who's worked on big projects. Yes, that's admirable. It's amazing. But honest to goodness, that's not why I give a shit about Carla. That's not why I'm promoting her. That's not why I'm making thumbnails on my YouTube videos showing off what a star she is. I'm doing it because she represents a beacon of hope. She represents somebody that we can find ourselves through. She is a leader in this industry, but not because she's better. It's because she just effing chooses to do it in the first place. It's because she put herself out there. She stood in front of the camera. She swallowed her nerves and prepared herself. And she sat in front of those cameras in front of Senate, an incredibly intimidating place, just for the sake of speaking on our behalf.
Excuse me.
She is setting an example of something you can be too. You can stand right next to her and you can join her on this. If you're inclined, if you have any kind of expertise, if you have the energy, if you have the time, if you have the passion to do something that can better everybody else, let that be known. And this is hopefully an example that you will be able to learn from and carry with you moving forward. No, I didn't enjoy one bit of the ice storm. It was uncomfortable. It was inconvenient. It was lonely. Being in a house that's cold is a very lonely feeling. It makes you feel very vulnerable. But I wouldn't trade that experience for the world, because all of the greatest experiences I've ever had, all of the greatest learning moments I've had in my life, be it through hardship, be it through chronic pain that I've spoken about quite a bit, these are all experiences in my life where nature has said, Adam, wake up, you've got something to learn. It's time for you to become a better, tougher, wiser version of yourself. And that's exactly what's happening with AI right now. Right now, artificial intelligence came at the perfect time. It came at a time when we were losing our sense of purpose because all we ever did was sit alone in our home and slowly develop scoliosis and carpal tunnel syndrome and draw until somebody says you're good enough, and then hopefully you get a paycheck for it. And that is, in my opinion, a very limited vision on your future, because you are so much more than that. You didn't just become an artist so you could draw. You didn't just become an artist so you could hand some director or client a drawing you did and get a paycheck for it. You're an artist because you have the gift to communicate. You're an artist because you have this insatiable fire, this desire, this drive to share your feelings and thoughts with other people. This is one of the things that makes artists so wonderful. We're not just offering a service, we're offering a piece of ourselves. Not only our technical selves and our creative selves, but our emotional selves. And don't take
No, I'm the guy talking.
Hopefully what's happening right now that we're being challenged.
Being challenged, Rusty.
By bigger, stronger, more capable algorithms and
yeah, I'm watching Adam Duff.
That instead of buckling under the weight
in the background,
together and become something great,
some more TED Talk motivational speeches.
And a new sense of focus, and we will be reminded that we are greater than the sum of our own parts. Okay? And with that said, I love you with all my heart.
I love you too, Adam. Mwah.
I want to address probably one of the most common stressors and obstacles that all of us artists of every different walk of life face a lot more, arguably a lot more, than a lot of other professions do. And that's the topic of procrastination, of finding a way to motivate yourself, to push yourself, to inspire yourself, to be productive regularly, daily, weekly, monthly, yearly, keeping that momentum going throughout your career. And this can be something that's incredibly daunting and exhausting, and it's an obstacle that we face for many years. However, in my career and the career of many other professionals that I've met throughout my life, there's a certain turning point in your career where, for reasons that might even be a bit elusive to you, it starts to change. You start to find a momentum. You start to get this flow, this groove in your career. And that flow, that groove, that productivity can start to increase. And then, for reasons unbeknownst to you, it can start to go down again. And your career goes through these fluctuations of hyperproductivity, and then it drops, and then hyperproductivity, and then it drops.
He just said fluctuations.
Not only common to
oh my God,
online,
racist.
But my own career for many, many years as well. And at a certain point in my career, when things started to change, for reasons I'll share with you, all of a sudden that stopped being an
Am I going for a second level of scales?
Despite the fact that it stopped being
I'm making the scales around her face smaller, and like around like more sensitive areas like her armpit and stuff.
Many years later, like well over a
Not like a second layer per se, just like refining what's there.
What had changed in my life at that particular point in time, and realizing that that change was the important ingredient that kept me moving every single day. And it was very, very interesting, and it's going to offer you some insight into your own life. It's something that you can immediately reflect on right now in your artistic growth, your education, your career, wherever you are at this particular stage in your artistic journey, and reflect back on the past. And you can think to yourself, how productive was I at this period in my life? And why? And you might start getting answers to that. There's a reason
because I need money. That's why.
This particular obstacle is something that might plague artists a lot more than any other profession, like law, like working in the service industry, like working in construction, like working in medicine, whatever the case might be. Because art in and of itself doesn't necessarily possess this ingredient that all these other professions do. And it's one of the reasons why very often, depending on where you're from internationally, you might come from a family or a culture or just a demographic of people that don't necessarily value art the way other professions are valued. And to get right to the chase, without kind of leaving this to the end of the video, because I want to talk about this quite a bit, art inherently, or at least not apparently, not right off the bat, brings value to people outside of yourself. Art may seem to be, and very often is for many people, an inherently selfish profession. It's very self-satisfying and self-gratifying, or at least it feels that way. And this is how I felt about my own career, that art was my form of self-expression. It was the way I saw the world, it's the way I like things, and it's the way I like to express myself. And my perspective, as your perspective might be as well, is I'm going to express myself in a way that feels the most rewarding emotionally to me.
$1 donation, 2 scales added. That seems a bit generous, right? I feel like $1 per scale is more fair.
And that
makes sense, right? 1 for 1 is equivalent exchange.
Necessary. But that path of self-discovery as an artist may come at the cost of getting that bill collector phone call, having to deal with that unemployment line and have to pick up unemployment checks. It might lead to you having to find working as a waiter or working in retail or something like that, just so you can pay your bills. Or it might require you to say one day, you know what? I don't think art's for me. The ends don't justify the means. Maybe the bad has outweighed the good for me. And that's why very often for many artists, they decided at a certain point in their career, you know what, I gotta focus my professional skills somewhere else, and they go back to school and they get another job, and they get well paid, and things start to pick up for them financially. Like, for instance, my mother who had a Bachelor of Fine Arts and ended up being a single mother of 3, and said, you know what, this ain't gonna happen. So she had to go back to school and get her degree in computer science, and had to go back and finish her high school math in order to achieve that. It was quite a big endeavor, especially for one of the only women in an entire.
I actually thought about doing that. Like after I left grinding gear, I'm like, man, you know what? Maybe I should just like do something else.
Being raised by this woman, one thing that remained very, very.
You just don't get paid enough in the video game industry for like what you do.
My entire life of her having a great career and buying homes and renovating and doing all kinds of cool shit, she never ceased to be an artist. That never left her. Despite the fact that she made an active act of abandoning art and saying, screw this, that my children are going to starve to death. And she was right for believing that. Her children would have starved to death back in the 1970s when she made this decision.
Make a dope leather bag.
Fast forward.
Dude, that's so cursed.
Successful career, all of these different
But
things.
true. That is true.
The minute.
Cursed but true.
The minute she had the space, she gutted the downstairs floor and turned it into an art studio, and she's been painting full-time ever since. This is where you come into the picture. In my mother's case, there was really no other option for her. Back in the day of that type of art, most art that was being produced, there was the few rare illustrators that worked in films and stuff like that, but the video game industry did not exist back in the 1970s. That wasn't a thing. It didn't exist. Video games didn't start coming out till I was a young kid. And the industry of art was basically, do or die, man. Good luck if you can get yourself into a gallery and you can find some way to market yourself, if you're good at marketing yourself, and you can produce a style of art that's very catchy that a lot of rich collectors of art want to spend their money on, and that kind of thing, then great. You might do well for yourself. Not always, but maybe. But since then, especially since I had graduated from art school, when I graduated from animation and I got into fine art, and then I got into animation after that, the industry was starting to change. And despite the fact that my lifelong pursuit educationally was to get a degree in animation, in classical animation, I wanted to be a Disney guy. That was my life goal from a very young age. The minute I stepped my feet into the professional pond, the fact that I was an artist with an animation background, and I was a video game geek, which back in those days, there weren't a lot of us because I was literally, as a young kid, I was the generation of kids that became gamers. That was my generation. What was one of the original generations of gamers, which include the ColecoVision and the Atari 2600, and then there's the Sega Genesis, and there's the Nintendo and the Super NES, and then came out the Dreamcast, and I
Anything
was
can
there for
loot.
that entire evolution of video games from the original Pong. I remember
Not
the
really.
original Pong. I remember when I had to put a sticker on my TV screen to
Man, it's so
serve as
boring around
the
here.
net for the ping pong ball to go back and forth, because that was the extent of computer graphics back in the day. It's a pretty big deal. And I'm a gamer. I grew up playing Metroid. I grew up playing Mario Brothers. I grew up playing all these games. And I had this art. So, unbeknownst to me, even when I had started learning animation and I started learning art, that there was going to be a career in gaming waiting for me at the other end of that route. A route that I had not planned for. And, you know, the rest is history. I spent the next several decades working in film industries, mostly in video game, doing all kinds of stuff. And it was fun. But that was and continues to be a very new concept to the employment of art. And there are many artists out there, myself included, that don't fit in necessarily into that professional niche. It was always a bit of a struggle keeping up with the rest of my peers in that particular type of setting. And the reason being is, it was very industrialized. It was very show up, you've got a 9-to-5 job, and you are there to provide the service of art to the studio. And being an artist who was raised by a fine artist mother who would spend weeks, months working on big 7-foot canvases, that was a concept that wasn't a part of my DNA artistically. I was the type of person who thought, who pondered, who detailed, who edited, who evolved, who expressed through his art, even if it wasn't something visual storytelling based. Art to me has always been a form of self-expression, visually, self-expression emotionally, the mood, the story. That's what art is. And that was the frequency I had gotten used to. So when I got into the gaming industry, into the film industry, and now I'm expected to do a 9-to-5 job as an artist, for somebody like me, and for many artists up until today, that's just not part of your artistic DNA. So you really might struggle. That's not the rhythm, that's not the energy and the rhythm and the tempo that your creative mind clicks on with. And that's where artists can struggle. And the artists that struggle in that environment, myself included, end up turning the blame on themselves, thinking to themselves, I don't have what it takes to succeed as an artist. So some of us get sacked a lot. Some of us struggle, don't get those promotions, don't feel as valued as other artists. And that was something that I felt for a very, very long time. I managed. I found my successes, but damn, man, it always felt like I was fighting against a horse the whole time, and I was losing that fight. Until one day I decided to be selfish and tell myself, you know what, Adam? As Jim Carrey says, you can fail at what you don't love, so you might as well give a chance at what you do. And that's exactly what I did. And that's why one of the reasons why I love Jim Carrey's quote so much, because it really resonates with me. Jim Carrey's life and his attitude really resonates with me. That's why I was probably one of the reasons why in high school I was known as the Jim Carrey of my high school, because I used to do Jim Carrey impressions. I was the comedian of my class, basically. No, I'm not going to do a Jim Carrey impression for you, so F off. That's going to be my son's job, because he's the ADHD stand-up comedian in my family. But yeah, I realized at a certain point, I really have to reclaim my artistry. I have to reclaim my voice artistically. And I gave myself permission to become idealistic, to become personalized, to rebrand myself and create a form of art that was personal to me. And be damned what the industry might be looking for in terms of skills. Albeit, I mean, I have an animation background, a fine art background, I worked professionally for years, so my fundamentals were very, very solid at that point. But I felt like I was always working at half of my capacity. I always felt I had greater potential than what I was offering studios. And I was right for thinking that. And very surprisingly to me, when I combined my strong sense of fundamentals that I had forced
This is why I'm drawing naked women now, because it's always what I've wanted to do. It's always like what I've wanted to evolve myself into doing. I'm kidding.
Myself to learn over the years. And I combined that with a much more genuine form of artistry. And I was doing so at a mood and a tempo and
I'm evolving into a naked woman.
That made sense to me, that fit me. Within a year of that decision, not only had my art improved 30-fold, I found my voice again. I made discoveries
what's going on over
myself. I found growth I'd never found. And
I don't think anything's going on over there. Should go back upstairs.
I went from somebody who was chasing after employment and soliciting myself out. I was standing on the street corner wiggling my butt at anybody who'd look at me. I'd hop into the car, hypothetical car of any creepy guy who'd want to hire me for whatever, to being somebody who was getting phone calls from people I had never even heard of. People reaching out to me say, "Yeah, I saw your stuff online. I really love it. We'd love it if you'd be able to work on a project with us." And I'm like, okay. That was unimaginable to me a year prior to that decision. Now, I did earn
see if he has any bags to sell.
Achievement, but that achievement would not have happened.
Next up is making futanari.
But something else was happening.
Exactly.
As that I didn't realize.
He has the same shit. He didn't restock yet.
That
disappointing.
Actually contributed far more to my productivity, to my longevity, to my inspiration and creativity, to my growth, to my perfectionism, to my professionalism. Then I realized, because it was happening almost exactly in tandem to the time I made this artistic decision. And that second thing, that other thing that was happening at the same time was...
I think the male vampires, they need like barbs on their dicks. You know, like cats? They need like backwards facing spines.
Online. And sharing my
I think that would be logical.
With you guys. And it started, if you want to see the early... I kept all of my videos online. I've never deleted the old stuff, but you can see me with some, you know, Diablo 3 shitty, crappy headset.
Yeah, exactly. It's already there. It's on the table.
Desktop Logitech webcam and no lighting at all. Just, you know, the lighting that was coming in my window if I was lucky. Completely unprofessional stuff. But I started to share art talks just like this, and I started to share tutorials and lessons and stuff like that. Stuff to this day that some of it's actually pretty good. I was like, hey, that was pretty good back then, even though I didn't have the same production quality that I have today. But I was...
What's production quality? Is that something that streamers do? I don't know what that is.
Regular upload of content, sharing videos, looking for ideas, putting my best foot forward, slowly but surely tweaking and working on my presentation skills, and slowly building myself up until now, where I have an entire studio with professional audio and video equipment, and a school, and all this kind of cool stuff. Lucid Pixel, the school, didn't exist back then. Lucid Pixel only started back in 2015, so this is prior to...
What a show-off, this guy.
3-4 years before that. And what I didn't realize was happening, and what I want you to take away from this, is the fact that...
He has a school.
This YouTube channel...
You know what I have?
...was integrating into
I have a puppy.
...was accountability. I was putting myself at the service of others. I wasn't just producing artwork for myself. I wasn't producing a portfolio that I felt satisfied with, and hopefully you'll come in and enjoy my work. No, now I'm producing artwork, my artwork, but now I'm presenting it to an audience along with other content that if I stop doing it, or if I don't do it regularly, or if the quality is just sloppy, then I'm not providing that quality to my audience.
Suffering from
and
success.
For the first time in my life, I wasn't just producing artwork for myself. I was producing artwork for an audience. And to me, my YouTube audience was something that I held in much higher regard than, let's say, a studio. Because in a studio, building your portfolio, developing your skills, and offering your skills was a service that they were demanding of me. They said, I want you to have these skills. I don't give a shit what you want. This is what we need. And if you want to get a job with us, that's what we expect from you. So if this is what you love, abandon that. We want you to be that instead. At least that's what it felt like at the time. That's not so much the case. Yes, you can do your own thing, and you can master your thing, and you can offer that as a service to a studio. But I, as I've described many times in the past, and I'm sure many other professionals out there that you listen to, Mark Brunet and Tyler Edlin and Kelsey Rodriguez and all of these different artists, they can attest to the fact that they probably spend a very good portion of their careers trying to figure out what the hell that industry was looking for. And more often than not, once you got that portfolio up to speed with what they were looking for that particular project that they were looking for, they'd already moved on to the next project. And a lot of these efforts might be obsolete. I can honestly attribute the fact that I know Flash and Adobe Premiere and After Effects and Maya and Softimage and 3ds Max and all of these different things to the fact that I was trying to get a job and I was trying to learn a skill that they were looking for. And I learned Softimage and I learned Maya, and sure as shit, they're looking for Softimage. So I had to learn Softimage while I was on the job. And then I get a job later on, and now they're looking for a 2D animator. Holy shit, I get to do 2D animation, but we're doing it in Flash. Or maybe they're doing it in Toon Boom. Oh my God. I learned a lot of skills in the process because I had to, and I'm grateful I did. But it was a painful, exhausting, endless process of just constantly trying to keep up with this evolution of technology. Because don't forget, this is at the early days of technology before certain softwares had really established themselves. Now we have more industry standards that people have had a chance to work on and evolve and tweak over the years. But I came in at the early phase of this stuff when a lot of this shit was really clunky and it was always changing. My YouTube channel was the thing that kept me accountable. It kept me reminding myself every single day, every single week, my audience are expecting something from me. And I feel that demand that I had imposed on myself, that responsibility that I had imposed on myself, is a demand, is a responsibility that artists in general
You're my
tend
responsibility,
to really
Rusty.
thrive at.
Damn.
Because there's a very important difference between providing a service to a corporation, to a business, where you're just feeding their bottom line, you're producing artwork and producing
That's
assets
some
and
heavy
designing
shit.
and spending ridiculous hours working, that feels like you're just a guy shoveling coal into a furnace that's going to get burned up for fuel, versus giving of yourself and allowing and offering what you
Any
have as
dead
an
bodies I can
individual, something
scavenge?
unique and valuable to you that
Not really.
can bring value to other people. So the
Maybe
contributions
we can check the
that you make, the contribution that I'm making to you right now
jail.
as I speak right now, is a very rewarding and very valuable gift that I can give you, because it's personal, because I've earned it, because it's not something that everybody else can offer. I've been through my own share of experiences that a lot of you out there can relate to, and you can relate it back. So the relationship
I should probably
that we
start
create
training
with each
sneak
other,
and
this
just like
exchange that we
following
make
people
with
around.
each other, is not just an exchange of services. I'm not just handing you a product and you grab it and say thanks, have a good day, and you walk out. It's a life lesson. It's a way of looking into your own life. It's a way of us sitting down and having a conversation together and saying, yeah, I've been through that too, and this is how I overcame it, and you share your feedback with me in the comments. This is personal. And to me, something personal is something that I hold in much higher emotional regard. And when you bring emotion, when you bring feeling back into the story, artists click on, don't they? Because I'm not just there, I don't want to feel like I'm just some service worker. I want to feel like I'm bringing true emotional value to other people in the first place. This is one of the reasons why we produce art in the first place. We
He
are
wants
able
to
to
give the
thrive
girlfriend
in
experience.
self-expression,
He doesn't want to
and through
just
the
be a piece of
relationships
meat.
and bonds that we make with other people through that expression. Makes a lot more sense, doesn't it? Now, there needs to be a distinction made between different types of artists, and I'm saying it in quotes because there are artists that when you get to, when it's too expressive, when it's too personal, when it's too zen, a lot of artists totally lose their footing. I need something grounded. I need structure. I need method. I need fundamentals. I need something procedural. And a lot of artists realize at a certain point in their career, I'm not an artist necessarily. Not in that hippie sense of the word, although hippie's a bit insulting. Not in that traditional 1970s fine artist sense of the word, that traditional illustrator sense of the word. I consider myself more of a designer. I am somebody who prefers to adhere to the service aspect, to the providing a service aspect of art. A good example is Antonius Departs from Artwad, whose growth and whose platform and whose business is just taken off. I promote him every chance I get. Another example would be Feng Zhu, who in one of his art talks many, many years ago was one of the first person who I ever heard say, I'm not an artist, I'm a designer. I don't live and breathe. This isn't my identity. This is just a service that I provide. And I provide it really, really well. I do the work. I'm willing to put in the hard work. I learn those fundamentals. I build my visual library, and I apply that to whatever my client is looking for. I provide that service. I move on with my life, and I do other things. I have other passions on the side, but art's not my passion. It's my job, and I treat it as such. I can't do it that way. That to me would be work. I'd rather work as a waiter. I'd rather work in the service industry. I would rather, be a plumber, be a programmer, something like that. Something where I'm just providing the service, something that pays the bills, and then I can move on to other things. And I'd be perfectly happy doing it that way.
Yeah, why would you want your job to be art
Not
for
when it comes
money?
to dance,
Like if you
not when it
want
comes to
just if
music,
you
not
want
when it comes to any
money
of those
only,
things. To me,
I would be in
art
the
needs to be
financial
a part of
sector.
myself, or I get utterly turned off of it.
I would be doing
So being
finance
a
instead of
YouTuber
art.
was the key to unlocking my productivity. Was the key to unlocking my
Art is like the most
consistency
roundabout way to make money.
in the way I produced art. Because as an individual, when I'm producing art for myself, well, the only person I'm disappointing, the only person I'm letting down if I don't produce any art is myself. And the only real incentive I had to
Be a
produce
plumber,
art,
be a
I don't want to
programmer,
starve to.
be a
I
doctor,
love
be a
producing
lawyer.
art, but if I'm producing art, I gotta
Why
do
you
this,
no
and I
heart
gotta do it for
surgeon?
a company that wants this thing for me because I need to pay my bills. So fine, I'll do it, and I did it. I did it for many years, and it was fine. It wasn't great. It was
Why
fine,
don't you?
despite
You
what
know what?
most
If you're a
companies I work
programmer,
for, whether it
you
be for
can
Disney or
make a
EA or any
machine.
company that I work for,
You can
it
make
was always
AI
just my
that
job,
can take
and that was
plumbers'
not my life.
jobs. How about that?
But YouTube is not a job. It never has been a job.
There
And
we go.
look what I've put into designing the studio. I've
Gotta
done
watch
all
out,
of this for YouTube.
plumbers.
I don't do
AI
any
is
of
coming
this
for you
crap.
guys too.
All the lighting and the studio setting and the audio and all this kind of stuff and the mic up here and all that kind of stuff. I don't do that for myself. I do that because I know it improves the quality of my ability to express myself to you. I've slowly but surely built up this little world that allows us to have this relationship. And that's where the value lies in it. This is why I invest money and time and energy and effort and learning and countless hours into it. And when I do, all of these life experiences that I have are an excuse for me to share it with you, to help you grow, to help you learn, to give you
Yeah.
ideas on how you might be able to do this for yourself.
I'm convinced to subscribe to his
And because
Patreon now.
I'm at the service of you, because I'm here for you, and
What
not
about
for
you,
myself,
Rusty? Have I seen the new
even
Atlas?
on those
What's that? Is that a
days
movie?
where I'm just tired, man. I'm just tired.
Atlas is like a very
I'm teaching,
broad
editing,
term.
I'm producing videos, and
Or do you mean like the globe?
shooting B-roll, and I'm carrying
Like
camera
a
equipment around with me.
globular
I'm doing
map
all of these
of
things
the
at
world.
the same time. I would never give up on it. There's no reason for me to give up on it, and that makes it a lot easier for me to invest my life into it because I know that this is a long-term commitment. By giving up on that, I'm giving up on you, and
Boston Dynamics
it's much
server.
easier for
I
me to
haven't.
disappoint myself than it is to disappoint
I
you.
know they're doing some really cool shit though. I've seen like their earlier
The lesson in all of this that I want to share
iterations
with
of
you is,
robots.
if you're struggling to find motivation, maybe it's because the only person that you're doing it for is yourself. The only person that you risk disappointing is yourself, and the worst punishment you're going to get for not doing anything is not having enough money, not having that independence. So at the early phase in your life, that independence, that financial stability, that ability to go and buy yourself some cool art equipment or buy yourself some clothes or pay for that date is a powerful enough incentive. But the novelty of that wears off.
The
And at a
worst
certain
thing that'll
point,
happen
if
to
you're
you
just
is death.
burning yourself out in the studio, and that
It's not that bad.
providing that service to the studio, and your feelings of value,
You'll just starve to death,
value of your
die of
contributions
exposure.
to that studio, to that business,
It's really
to that
not too bad.
film production, whatever it is you're working on, is not emotionally rewarding to you because it's not something you have your heart in. This is when you start to burn out, and you can only sustain that for a certain length of time until eventually you just go, I just don't have the drive to keep this going.
New Atlas, I'll have to check it out. It's always really cool seeing their robots dance and stuff.
For some people, they love
do
this.
some really
For
precise
some people,
stuff.
They can do this endlessly, and these are the people that thrive. But not everybody's built for that. Not everybody's built for this. Ken Robinson, the TED Talk, he said schools are designed to produce professors. Not everybody's a professor. A lot of people are other things. And that's why schools need to change their attitude, because schools are only designed to really keep producing the same thing, and that thing that they're trying to produce.
There's literally nothing happening in this town.
We need to start restructuring schools and
these guys just keep picking up
to reflect
dead bodies and flipping them around.
Of today's professionals.
What are these guys doing?
Artists
Sand
are
ninjas.
right at the forefront of his argument. Artists in particular are unique in this whole story.
Can I loot that one? I don't think so. It's dying. Let's go loot it.
I want you to put some very strong consideration moving forward. In your
Oh,
life,
what's this?
right now, where you've been
Dune dogs.
How
We'll loot them.
Take advantage of your talent, of your gift. Be it the gift in dance, be it the gift in painting and drawing, be it illustration, be it design, be whatever it is you're doing. And ask yourself the question, how can I use this talent of mine? How can I use this gift of self-expression to create a connection
Wait for this one to die.
with my audience?
They aren't actually dead yet. I'm just like finishing them off by scraping their hide off their still living bodies.
Because that's
horrible.
why you're an artist in the first place. You can communicate through your art in a certain way. But when you're producing art,
okay, I'll check it out.
Producing art without the thought of who's receiving it at the other end and what emotional reward, what emotional experience they're going to have at the other end of it, then they're not going to see you at the other end, and you're not providing your audience with that part of yourself that brings their life value. So, yes, you do want to be selfish. Yes, you do want to find that unique form of self-expression as an artist. But you then, after that, once you start to really own that form of self-expression, you want to start channeling your thoughts towards how can I express myself this way, and who's the audience that's going to benefit from that. And I want you to think about your audience when you're producing that art, so that you can provide them with that joy. You can provide them with that beauty.
I'll make the lobster extra juicy.
With that fear, with that disgust, with that insight, with that thoughtfulness that people are craving. What is the lesson? What is the experience?
They crave that lobasy.
Experience that my audience is going to have.
I understand my audience.
If you start looking around at different artists that are really, really well known, that do extremely well for themselves, look at artists like Loish, look at artists like Bobby Chu, look at artists like Michael Kucha. They don't just draw pretty pictures. They draw experiences that have emotional value to other people. And I guarantee you, I'm sure if you ask any of them, any of these artists, if you get down to the nitty-gritty, of their artistic focus, they are very much aware of their audience. They're very much aware of what their audience needs. And I've heard from the horse's mouth, I've heard from Bobby Chu himself when I attended one of his schoolism workshops that they
Bobby
that
Kotick?
they hosted at the school that I taught at, and we were a little after hours party after. And Bobby Chu was surrounded by a group
Bobby
of people.
Chu. Okay, thank God.
one of the people that were talking to him asked him the question, how do you find success as an artist? How do you get people to care for what you do?
Did I loot that one? I don't think I
Chu
did.
said verbatim,
There's two here that I did.
whatever you
Don't know if I.
produce, you always
Wait,
have
what?
to be focused on the value it brings
Is that
to the
illegal?
person who's coming to look
Let's
at
do
it.
it first.
You always have to be aware of that. And if you're not producing anything with that in
Okay.
mind,
Did I loot this
if
one?
you're not providing them with value, then there's no reason for them to pay attention.
I did.
Is
Okay.
there? And as such, everything that he draws, everything that he says, the workshops that he does, the artists that he hires, the way he designs his platform, everything that he puts together
So heavy.
has always been and will always be
So damn heavy.
even prior to schoolism, back during Imaginism Studios and the Toronto subway sketching and stuff like that. Way before any of that stuff, he was always the person providing value for other people, and it's because of that value he brought up to other people that he became the famous artist he is today and the amazing role model that he is today. So shout out to Bobby Chu if you're listening. Fellow Canadian. Of course he's Canadian, because Canadians kick ass. So I want you to give some thought into this. If
Conrax is Canadian.
Of your artistic career, then your focus is in learning the language.
I haven't seen Conrax in a while, though.
Fundamentals, as every art school throws at you.
Badge.
You're learning the tools in the language to express yourself. And once you've developed a fluidity, once you become fluent in that language of artistic fundamentals, and you can start to express yourself in a much more profound and impactful way, it might be worth, at this point in your career, to start redirecting your thoughts towards how can I express myself in a way and present myself to an audience in a way that allows me to share that emotional and personal value from my art with them, so that we can create that bond artistically together, and I can bring their life emotional and personal value as well. And when you do that, my fellow lady and gentlemen, you're going to start seeing that everybody's eyes are going to start turning and looking at you. I guarantee. And most of all, once you have their attention, once you find yourself being at the giving end of that value to other people, you are now at the service of them, and it's a lot more difficult to disappoint them than it is to disappoint yourself. And that's what's going to keep you getting up every single day, because people are going to be depending on you at that point. And being depended on is very, very inspiring and very empowering.
I'll be the prettiest girl at the ball.
Hopefully that helps you out. And with that said, I love you all.
Oh shit, really? That sounds horrible.
Take care.
Tranquilizing an animal on a rope bridge and then skinning it. Okay. I need to save up enough money so I can learn how to craft a repair bed, a skeleton repair bed, and also buy like a house here. Whoa, what happened here? Why is there so much blood? Did someone like die here? The fuck? Someone got whacked. Maybe it was the Doondogs. Anything happening on this side? Not really. What is this? Ex-slave, he's dead. Wait, is this is a robot. Look at his, yeah, he has oil. I wonder if I can scavenge anything off a dead robot. Dead skeleton. Doesn't look like it. What's this? There's another dead dude here. Let's go loot him after we're done. Nothing. Useless. Useless garbage. Living the scavenger life. Should I wear this? Perception bonus +6. Damn, that's really good. That's like real. Oh wait, this protects against dust storms. Let's go wear this. +6 perception is really good for crossbows. Yeah. Plus I look more like I look more Chinese. And that's always a good thing. Well, I guess back to training. That was an eventful day. We got to sell a lot of stuff. We got a new fancy hat. Well, looks like they're fighting a skimmer on this side. Oh, I should check the prisons. I haven't done that in a while. Check the prisons and the slave markets. See if we can loot anyone. Doesn't look like there's anything here really. We'll quick save it. Nothing. Ninja rags. It's Didn't I already loot this guy? I feel like I did. Standard grade sleeveless dust coat. Right, not as good as mine. It's nothing. Yeah, I feel like I looted these guys already. Why is this helmet gold though? It's shoddy grade. I have a hiver that's missing a leg. Nothing here. Did I loot these dune dogs already? I feel like I have? No, dying. Okay, they're still alive. That means they still got meat on them bones. What are they doing? What are they doing? I have to like pause the game and then loot when they drop. Okay, I think all of these I've already looted. Yeah, okay. I guess I could just like go do some mining. That'll improve. No, not really. Tech Hunter. I'm gonna sneak and then follow like this Tech Hunter around maybe. Can I not stealth and then Bodyguard? No. Get rid of those jobs. Okay. I guess we'll just stealth our way back to the outpost. We're gonna watch another one. This is, you'll never reach your full artistic potential unless you fix this first. If I don't fix something here, I'm never gonna reach my full artistic potential.
Hey guys, it's
Stand up. I probably snap. I feel like if I sneak around, they're gonna be angry.
What I want to share with you today, the story and the lessons I want to share with you today are, in my opinion, going to be some of the most impactful, positive, and meaningful things I'm ever going to share with you on my channel. I've been on a journey over the last couple of years, and I want to take you along that journey and share with you what I've learned along the way. Before I do, however, and I can get rid of all this cat hair, thank you, sir. With that said, let me take you back on a journey. 7 months ago, I posted a video helping people that felt that were on the brink, whether it be the brink of their career, their brink emotionally, their brink physically.
The edge of annihilation.
People who felt that they were at their wits' end due to some facet in their life, something they were suffering with. And that video was a reflection on my experience over the last 2 years or so, dealing with chronic back and leg pain due to a very severely herniated lower back, and the subsequent almost 2 years of 8 to 10 on 10 chronic pain that I dealt with as a result of that, and how that impacted every single facet of my life. But that video was not intended as me saying my life sucks and everything's terrible. No. It was sharing the recurring lesson that I keep having in life. If I'm suffering with something chemically, like smoking cigarettes for 20 years that I did, quit a long time ago, or emotionally in relationships or difficulties that I had in relationships or things like that, personal, psychological issues I was dealing with, and or physical issues, that every single time life makes things uncomfortable, that if you pay attention, Mother Nature is trying to teach you something, and it's time for you to listen. Sometimes, and very often, you can go to a doctor, you can go to a physiotherapist, you can go to a counselor, you can go to a psychologist, and they can offer you the medication or the advice or the skills that you need to be able to heal. And very often, it's the best solution out there, and I fully support the medical industry. However, often, it's not. And in my particular case, when it came to my lumbar spine, taking into account how much effort and thought and study that I put into understanding what my condition was and how to help myself. I had seen dozens of physiotherapists. I watched hundreds of videos and doctors and MRIs that only made it worse. And I remember at the worst of it, I remember going to a physiotherapist's office in really bad shape, and barely being able to sit, barely being able to stand, barely being able to lie down. And this had already at this point been well over a year of pain. Walking into that physiotherapist's office, and this very skilled physiotherapist did his best in an hour to try to assess what the problem was and offered me some advice on how to fix it. That was very counterintuitive to what I thought would help, because it was the kind of typical advice that most physiotherapists would give you. And I walked out of that physiotherapist's office a 12 on 10 pain. I walked in with an 8, I walked out with a 12. So bad that it took me almost 30 minutes to get to my car. That's normally a 1 minute walk. And I had people walking up to me going, "Are you okay, sir? Do you need help?" or something like that. And the reason being is people thought I was having a heart attack, because I would take one step and then I would bend over in pain. And it was embarrassing. It was horrible. It was exhausting. I got into my car and I just wept, because there's only so much of that the human mind and body can handle. I was at so many points along that way, every single day from wake to sleep, being in pain, that took its toll on every single aspect of my life. But that's what pain's supposed to do.
But
it's supposed to make things inconvenient. It's supposed to make things hard. And if you're suffering in any which way, shape, or form, that's the best time to listen. Listen to your body. Listen to your mind. Start paying attention. Start learning. Start going out and looking and educating yourself and finding the solution. Don't wait 2 weeks for that physiotherapist visit or that counselor's visit. Start doing your homework now. There are so many resources out there.
Be sure to stretch, guys. The stretch break right now.
Watching hundreds and hundreds of videos, I can say
breathe in.
Offer the same generic advice that didn't make any difference. But then I made a couple of gems of discovery.
Feels
gems
good already.
I was so excited about, like Dr. Charlie Johnson, the physiotherapist on YouTube, who I ended up doing a podcast with.
Amazing.
Just to say thank you for him helping to pull me out of that burning building of pain by finally giving me that advice that everybody needs to hear. If it hurts, stop. Your body's talking to you. We concentrate on that one pain point in our life, that one spot, taking for granted every single thing else in our body that works perfectly fine. But we focus on fixing that one thing and working that thing. And he goes, stop it. If it's burning, stop feeding fuel to the fire. Focus on other parts of your body. And it pulled me out of that burning building for the first time in a very long time. And for the first time, I started to feel a sense of hope. Fast forward, months later, I'm recovering slowly but surely. And then I make another massive discovery. El Paso Manual Physical Therapy, where I hear this one little trigger of advice talking about glute activation versus glute strength and parts of the body that are creating tension and other parts of the body that are creating relaxation, things that you need to strengthen, things you need to loosen, things you need to focus on, things you need to not focus on to help to stabilize that core. And I made a whole video about it that you can check out right over here as well. Just a couple of weeks ago, actually. And that started to put me into a position where now I'm starting to actively prevent future injuries and understand what I'm doing and what I've been doing for decades, because I've been herniating my back for decades. That was, for the first time in my life, giving me a sense of stability I never had in my life before. And slowly but surely I got better and better. And my pain was down to around 90 to 95% gone. I was doing extremely, extremely well. And then something else happened. Another inconvenience, another discomfort happened. My family was out on vacation for 2 weeks, and they'd only been gone for around 3 days. And my car dies, which was not totally a surprise. It was just really inconvenient time, because my car dying meant I had no car at all, and my family's not home, so I have no other car I can access at this particular point. And it was funny, because when I took it to the garage weeks before, I went to get my tires changed, and he called me back around half an hour later and he said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Duff, but we're not fixing your car. You can come and pick it up." And I went, "What's wrong?" And he goes, "Have you seen the underside of your car? We barely got it on the lift. It doesn't look like a car. It looks like a French pastry, flaky French pastry." I went, "Huh?" He showed me pictures of them, and I went, "Oh, that's what she looks like under the skirt." Nice. Okay. So I stretched it out as far as I could. I got another couple of 2-3 weeks out of it, but then she died. So now I've got a dead car. So what am I going to do? Am I going to use an Uber every single time I want to go to the gym that's 5 minutes away? Am I going to hail a cab to go to the grocery store? Jesus, that's going to start getting expensive really fast. No, I realized, why don't I use that bike I purchased and never used that's sitting in my backyard, locked up? Why don't I use that? So sure as shit, I went, I filled the tires, I tuned it, and I started to cycle everywhere. And I needed to get groceries. So I went over to Sports Experts and I got myself a really nice backpack. And I would go to the grocery store with a backpack. I'd go to the gym with a nice sling bag. I started taking the bicycle
I miss
everywhere.
biking.
If I need to go to the gym,
biking
if I need
is
to go
the
to
best.
Best Buy, if I needed to go pick something up, if I need to go to the pet store, anything. I'd use my bike to go everywhere. Now I'm starting to expose myself
I used to bike everywhere.
fresh air. I'm getting exercise before I get to the gym. I'm warmed up and I'm rejuvenated. I'm feeling better. On top of it, I'm learning at the same time, cycling really agrees with me, because one of the things about having chronic pain is you become paranoid of everything. So, you're afraid to do any of the wrong movements, and I learned which movements to completely avoid, like reverse crunches. Stay the hell away from that. Russian bench. Stay the hell away from that. Leg presses, seated leg presses. Stay the hell away from that. All of that kind of stuff. I've got little bits of Gimli dangling in front of my eyes. Thank you, sir. I've got this little fur that's absolutely driving me crazy. And it's going to keep driving me crazy because even though it's right there, I can't get it. Oh my god. Trigger warning. Okay, I'm going to have to deal with that. All of these different exercises were scary to me and risky. And I didn't
Look at
want
these
to take
legless
risks.
people.
But as I'm cycling, I'm realizing that last 5 to 10% of pain started to go away very, very quickly. My body was agreeing with cycling. Not only due to the mobility that was helping me to heal faster, but due to the fact that it wasn't an exercise that put me into a point of strain that could potentially injure me. So I started to really enjoy it. Got myself a better bike seat because my bike seat was starting to hurt my ass. Got myself better handle grips. Got myself some good riding gloves.
Whoa, what the fuck is going on over here?
My bike a little bit to make it a little bit better to go. Got a nice pack for the back that I had a couple of tools in case I need to tune it up or fill the tires. And I started to really incorporate cycling into my day-to-day routine. Eventually my family came home and the car was there. But I didn't need it. I preferred taking the bike. And to this day, months later, I'm still taking the bike to the gym every time. I use my bike any chance I get. Now winter's coming, so I won't be able to do it. But weather permitting, I'm on my bicycle. And I absolutely love it. But what this did is it started to make me realize that I'm not only healed, more or less, being cautious, but I'm starting to realize that there's more to health than sustainability. For the last 10, 15 years, I've always been somebody, like 10 years especially, I've been really kind of somebody who just exercised habitually. I've always been somebody who kind of had some kind of activity in his life. And I've always had some kind of fitness thing going on, be it dance or sports when I was a little kid, or going to the gym. I always had to have some
cute.
kind
It's
of
like a little
fitness in my
baby
life.
bone
I
dog
realized
there.
it was just this lukewarm routine that I had going on for the longest time. I ate at a lukewarm level of macronutrient focus. I was just kind of like ate healthy, exercised consistently, but nothing too special. But now I'm starting to make a physical activity a part of every single day of my life. And I realized how much better it was making me feel. I was starting to realize how I was starting to become more focused. I was starting to become more hopeful, more positive. The coming home at the end of a workout and my family's just waking up is a wonderful, wonderful feeling when you've already had. God damn it, Gimli. Got it. You little son of a bitch. I got it. There's going to be another one in a sec too. That I'm starting to feel the benefits of being a healthier person, but an actively healthier person. I started to track my biometrics. I started to track my health. You can use an Apple Watch, you can use your phone for this, you can track your calories, you can track your food. There's a lot of different things you can use to track. You don't have to. I'm going to give you the advice. And I started to educate myself. I started to read books. I'm listening to more of Andrew Huberman and Athlete X, and I read Outlive by Peter Attia, and I started watching Peter Attia and San Milan's videos and Institute of Human Anatomy, and I'm starting to learn more about stability training and strength training to support a body. And I'm starting to think about the longevity of my life now that I'm approaching 50 years old soon. I'm 47, and planning for my hundreds today, nutritionally, physically, and everything. And I went from being somebody who kind of trained 2 to 4 days a week, whatever, and ate whatever, to all of a sudden being somebody who watched every single thing that he ate, who focused on proper nutrients and vitamins, to somebody who started to focus on every different aspect of his life from a health perspective. That now I went from somebody 7 months ago that could barely move, could barely walk, to being somebody that trains 7 days a week, doing things that I never even thought I could do. Feeling today, 7 months later, that I am in better health now than I've been my entire life. I feel like I'm in better health. Cardiovascularly, I'm stronger today, I'm more capable today, I'm more focused today than I have being somebody who used to be in a dance troupe and danced 3 to 5 days of salsa a week, choreographies and shows, and and going to the gym on top of it. I'm in better shape today. I feel like I'm in better shape today than ever. And I want to share with you all of these different aspects of my life, because here's the thing. This is where you come into the picture. When you start to do this,
How much does this
become super
cost?
athletic and count every metric and blah, blah, blah. No.
It's
But
expensive.
just by being aware of these different facets of your life, when you're aware, it's almost impossible
Did the dude
to be
restock
neglectful.
yet?
Because it's like, if I know that if I stick my hand into the fire, it'll burn me, I'm less likely to stick my hand into the fire.
Where's the dude?
If you start focusing on these different aspects of your life, you have my promise that many of these issues that you deal with, be it weight control, be it irregular periods or very high and low, very hormonal, like dramatic ups and downs. If you're a guy, if your daily hormonal cycle is very, very out of whack, if you're somebody that's moody or tired or lacks focus or is a bit too hyperactive, if you're somebody who has anxiety issues, if you're somebody that has sleep issues, if you're somebody that has dietary issues, chemical issues.
Here we go. Small Thieves backpack and also the fog
can
mask.
Be addressed for free.
Ooh,
today,
it has a high grade
right now.
fog
You don't
mask.
have to sign up for some cult. You don't have to
pay
an arm and a leg out to some dietary
I can buy both of
organization
these?
that's just out
Can
there
I?
to take your money. You don't have to listen to any gurus out there.
I think I can.
You just have to start taking proper care and being aware of what proper health is. I'm going to start with
that's all of my, well,
the most
not really.
important.
Most of my
this
money.
Is something that artists are famously neglectful of.
Perfect.
Not only personally, but professionally. I know from my career as an artist working in different studios,
there we go.
How this aspect of my health was abused regularly and systematically. Sleep. Over the last, well, as long as I can remember, decades.
Hey Artem, how's it going?
I have regarded
I am listening to a podcast.
Rare gene types.
It is Adam Duff,
perfectly well
Lucid Pixel. I'll give you the link.
Just me.
He has some good podcasts.
I would wake up. Usually, I'd go to, no matter when I went to bed, I would always wake up 5-6 hours later, at most. Usually 4 to 6. And I had a perfectly functional day. I never felt tired during the day. I never felt depressed.
Give me a sec, guys. I'm gonna go stretch for a bit. Just like maybe take a piss. Okay, I'm back.
Fine. I function perfectly fine off of that much sleep. And little did I know what potential I was holding back. Life was functional enough. I got by. I did my thing. I grew. I succeeded within the boundaries of my health, but I did fine. And since I think that training and exercise fairly regularly, just having that habit of exercise definitely did help. But I learned in the last few months
Whoa, what the fuck?
that for the first time in decades,
Oh, I got
I
shot.
am not a 4 to 6 hour sleeper. I just had no proper concept of sleep. Now, I use all these trackers because you don't have to unless you want to, of course. But let's talk about some of these things that impact your sleep. Because if you can get this under check, if you can get your sleep under check, then everything else is going to start falling into place. But if you don't get your sleep into check, you can forget about everything I'm going to say moving forward. If you're going to fix anything, fix this first. Caffeine. I love coffee. I'm a YouTuber, for God's sakes. It's my prerequisite to love coffee. But, and I even knew, it takes a long time for your body to metabolize coffee. So my coffee routine's always been 1 or 2 cups of black coffee in the morning. Because up until about a month ago, I was intermittent fasting. I did the 6 to 8 intermittent fasting for years, of which I've stopped recently, and I'll share why in a bit.
Yeah, man.
But
just let me know when your project is around.
Cups of black coffee. And then
you don't have to keep asking me. Just be
lunch,
like,
around the lunchtime
hey,
period,
can you look at this project? It's here. Send me the link.
Explain what latte is in 2023. Hello, Starbucks. But I would have a latte. So I'd have a coffee, and that was usually around the 2 o'clock mark. And it would usually be nursing that latte between, probably 1:30 to 2:30 p.m.
I can't promise that I'm streaming tomorrow,
okay,
but
I'm going to be
I probably will be streaming
probably
tomorrow.
around 10:30, 11 o'clock p.m. So, it should have a chance for that coffee to kind of get out of my system by then. I was wrong. And if you believe that, you're wrong too. I got an app, because I use apps for everything, called Hi Coffee. And it's a really good app. I think it's a one-time purchase, I don't know, really cheap. It's super, super inexpensive, but really, really valuable if you're somebody who likes to drink coffee regularly. What it does is you log in your coffee, and it gives you a timeline of the metabolism of that coffee, when it takes for that coffee to reach a certain point before you hit sleep. And it takes sleep into consideration. So it's very valuable to visually see your metabolism of coffee. And if you don't know anything about coffee, coffee has a 50% half-life at 6 hours, but it has a quarter half-life of 12 hours, which I didn't realize. And what that means is,
what if I don't like it?
If you have a coffee at
what
9
if I'm like, man, this sucks?
By the time you go to sleep, if you go to sleep at 9 p.m.,
I'm kidding.
Still got a quarter cup of coffee in your system. It's the equivalent of having a quarter cup of coffee right before you go to bed. And I'm sure at this point you're saying to yourself, yeah, I know, Adam, I've heard this a million times, but I'm just one of those people that can tolerate coffee extremely well. I can have I have a couple of cups of coffee before I go for dinner, and I'm perfectly fine. I fall asleep like that. So did I. But that's where you're wrong. Because coffee,
I'm wrong.
It's not necessarily your ability to fall asleep that's impacted. It's the quality of your sleep that's impacted. And I got insight to this because I have health trackers that I wear 24 hours a day. Okay? Now, like I said, these aren't sponsored videos. I'm not telling you to go and buy them. You've got an Apple Watch that can track your sleep. You've got apps for your phone you can track your sleep, like Sleep Cycle, for instance. You've got Oura Ring, Whoop strap. I use these for different reasons. This is more for sleep. This is more for training because I've got tattoos, so I can't use this. So I need this. But they track your biometrics. They track everything: your heart rate variability, your heart rate, your body temperature, your respiratory rate, your sleep quality. If you want sleep quality, I recommend Oura first. It's a bit more accurate in my opinion. But all of these different very important biometrics are being tracked 24 hours a day. And the insights is what I want to share with you. When I was drinking coffee, my REM and my deep sleep was severely impacted, and the longevity of my sleep, the length of my sleep was impacted. So I would wake up after 4 to 6 hours. Now that might have something else. There might be another factor that plays into that. But when I cut out that 2 p.m. coffee, I would have my morning coffee, usually after the gym when I got back. I would have a nice shower and then I'd have my morning coffee around 9 a.m. And I cut out the afternoon coffee, and now instead of a latte, this is a decaf chai latte that I completely love. I take that because I just want the hot beverage in the afternoon. That's really the only thing I care about. Well, within a week, I learned that I am not a 4 to 6 hour sleeper.
Yeah, I might actually try that. And like I drink coffee around the clock. Maybe I'll cut out the coffee after 12.
Sleep cycles function. You have
12
REM
p.m.
Sleep, you have light sleep, and you have deep sleep. And during REM and deep sleep are different periods during the
I heard a lot of people do that.
Your mind,
like people don't drink coffee after noon.
And if those are hampered, your recovery is hampered. Okay? Now you're thinking to yourself, well, recovery isn't really a big deal because I don't train. Well, then you don't know how many calories the human brain consumes. Learn about human brain calorie consumption and energy consumption. Your brain is a calorie energy sponge. And if you're spending hours and hours and hours, 16 hours a day drawing, and you're drinking caffeine to keep yourself up, to inhibit your sleep, essentially, you have no idea how that's damaging your sleep, and damaging your recovery, and subsequently impacting every single other aspect, your focus, your ambition, your inspiration, your motivation, your consistency with your work as an artist, and with your life in general.
I usually make like 2 cups of coffee in the morning.
Living
and then sometimes at night as well. So I'll just cut out the ones at night.
When my sleep improves,
see if that
when my
improves
recovery
my sleep.
improved, and it's cool when you're using an app, you can go, oh wow, look, my numbers look really good, because I'm a numbers guy.
This guy would love Diablo games.
This is not a placebo.
Or like Path of Exile.
To sit down and get the job done. If I have videos to produce like this one, if I have artwork to get done for an art talk, or just to produce art for myself and just continue to grow and learn.
He's
if I
a numbers
to take a lesson
guy.
With ArtWad or with Tyler Edlin, or take a mentorship or learn some lesson online from a YouTuber that I love and apply that to my own work, to scheduling myself and feeling consistent, to
imagine
feeling positive, to interacting with my students.
Imagine if Adam Duff
on the ball all the time.
Imagine if he made like a Path of Exile build.
Did I realize how much of a handicap I've been dealing with on 4 to 6 hours of sleep? I thought I was highly functional. And arguably, yeah, for 4 to 6 hours a night, I was highly functional. But because I've gotten
at night, a little why? Because it tastes good. I like the taste of coffee.
Now I feel
it's like calming for me as well.
Now I feel ridiculously focused. Now I feel sharp. Now I feel calm. Now I feel confident. Now I'm not fighting to give off this persona of being calm and confident. I am calmer and confident. It's ridiculous. I've never been somebody who suffered with anxiety. It's never been an issue. But now I am so much more grounded and focused and happy. And life just feels so much more effortless. Now, of course, I'm hormonal just like every other human being. So I have good days and bad days. Sometimes I eat something that gives me a bit of a tummy ache. But, you know, or sometimes I feel maybe I lost at a game of chess to some stupid cheesy scrub and pisses me off, and I kind of get into a bad mood for a bit because of that. But it's water off a duck's back. It's negligible. And I'm just in a much calmer place. Light. You know all that shit you hear about blue and like red light and blue light, all that kind of like blue light exposure, or you know, dimming your lights and warming up the lights at night? It matters. It matters. Watching your screen at night before you go to bed matters. And I thought there isn't a way in hell, there's no damn way in hell I could ever fall asleep without watching some David Attenborough documentary, or watching Let Me Know, or something like that. Just to get myself into a calm place. I'd always have to focus on something to fall asleep, to distract me to sleep, because my mind would be a little bit too hyperactive. I never thought I could sleep without that. Now, I made a point of reducing blue light in my house and calming the lights down at least 2 hours before I go to bed. And when I go to bed, if if I do watch anything, it's going to be something where I make sure that the blue light emitter has been reduced on my phone. I'll sit down and watch a very calming documentary or something like that with my son. We always like to cuddle tonight before we go to bed, and we watch a little documentary, and then out we go. And I just put my app with some nice relaxing ambient music. I use the Calm app. It's a meditation app that I use for meditation for ambient noises when I'm going to sleep.
I can listen to some Morrowind music before going to sleep. And I can dream
about
about cliff racers attacking me in my sleep.
Why didn't anybody tell me about this before? A 15-pound, really soft gray weighted blanket I got on Amazon. I can't remember the name of it.
I feel like this guy's trying to sell me on like Amazon stuff. He wants me to get like an Apple Watch, and now he wants me to get a weighted blanket.
And very possibly sometimes very effective for people with autism or ADHD. It kind of helps to settle the body down a little bit. Weighted blanket. I got one for every one of my kids because they would climb into my bed and they'd go underneath the blankets. And
what if I just like get an anvil and then put it on myself? I get a big hefty anvil. I can make some armor in my sleep.
Everyone in my family has one right now. Okay, and then Gimli sleeps on top of the weighted blanket, so it's extra weight. So now it's not 15-pound blanket. Now it's 85-pound blanket. Actually, he's all fluff. He's only 10 pounds. But yeah, I got a sleep mask. It's cool. I got this thing called a Manta sleep mask that actually has audio in it that I use once in a while.
Now he wants me to buy a sleep mask.
Helps. But
man,
the quality, I'm just really, really focusing on making quality sleep a priority in my life. And my God, I wake up, my general routine, I wake up at 5:30 a.m. When everybody's still fast asleep, I put the flashlight on my watch so I can go and get dressed and get into my workout clothes. I'm at the gym. I take the bike at 5:30. At 5:45, it takes me 15 minutes to get to the gym. So I'm at the gym when it opens up at 6 o'clock. I'm not telling you to do that too. That's my preference. I have a 1.5 to 2 hour workout 7 days a week, either weight training or I do Peter Attia Zone 2 training. So I do that to 45 minutes to 90 minutes, depending on my energy level. And I'm getting better at that as well. And then I always focus on doing these exercises that I talk about here, where I'm talking about glute activation exercises and glute median, glute maximus, and stretching my hip flexors and all that kind of shit to condition my body and to be in much better cardiovascular shape. And then I get back on my bike and I ride full force, not even fatigued, ride back home, and I come back into the house at 7:30 a.m.
You know what we should do? I should go to that one place where I can get better prosthetics. Let's go to
I look at my progress. And
let's go there.
Everybody's just getting up in the morning and they're all still.
Let's make it a real save first. Do ZZ2.
When I got out and took that bike at 6 o'clock, at 5:45 in the morning, I ride to the gym.
We're gonna go to the what's it called? Is it the Black City? Is that what it's called? I forget.
Amazing. I take an
it's like the.
And then I have my.
The Iron City, maybe. But we're going there anyway.
And it's the best, amazing way to start the day. By the time I sit down to be with a student,
I think it's called the Black City.
I'm
like calm, somewhere here,
I think. Purged of any kind of.
I think it's this one
or
here.
Thoughts or anything like that. I feel focused. I feel awesome. It's amazing.
What's our move speed?
Light exposure in the morning. When you wake up, I can't stress enough how much if you want to have a more focused life. The worst thing you can do is
wake up, run speed 20. Okay, we can outrun skimmers.
And then sit down
skimmers are like, I think 15.
You haven't had one iota of light exposure. You should turn all the lights on.
We're good.
Open up your curtains first thing in the morning and get as much exposure to light as possible. As Andrew Huberman describes, your eyeballs are basically
this guy's starting to sound like my mom.
External part of your brain. These are directly connected to your brain. And what you expose your eyes to is triggering hormone responses in your brain. So exposing yourself to a lot of blue light in the morning, aka sunlight, because the bluer the light gets, the higher temperature it is, the more intense that light is. If you go into usually daytime,
use alphas
light can be roughly
for your
around
characters. I will be using alphas.
5,000 to 7,000 Kelvin.
Right now I'm still focused on the macro details.
Average white light is 5,600 Kelvin. That's the lighting that you're seeing all around my studio.
But all of this so far is hand-drawn.
And then nighttime light is usually 32 and below. So 32 to 27 to 2,500 Kelvin. So
Might
exposing
actually
yourself
need
to a
more
lot of blue light
polygons for
from
the
the sun.
scalp. We'll
Don't
have to
look
see.
directly at the sun. Don't
I
be
need to
stupid
do
and
like a
blind
test
yourself.
bake first, just to
But
see
just
like
expose
how
yourself to
many
that sunlight.
polys per pixels, you know.
Turn your lights on. It triggers all of the right hormones to start waking you up. And you're
If
doing
I'm
the
seeing
opposite. You
low
don't
poly
want to trigger,
details
you
in the
don't want to
bake, then
trigger any
I'll
kind of
subdivide
waking
more and then
hormones at night.
sculpt more.
You want to start allowing them to subside. And you go through the cycle. So what do? When I have that morning
Oh
coffee,
shit, we're
I
getting
don't have
followed.
that morning coffee sitting down at my desk, even though I've already spent
Let's go
15 minutes on
train
my bike in the
marksman, I
sunlight coming back
guess.
from the gym. I make
This
that
game is
black
called
coffee, and
Kenshi.
before I even sit down to read any emails or get started with my day, I spend around 15 to 30 minutes outside on the back porch, and I drink my coffee out in the sun, and I play a couple of games of chess on my phone. That's my morning routine. I just go on chess.com app and I play a couple of games of chess. And by the time I'm playing that chess, I'm already feeling more alert. My elo. What the fuck's he talking about, elo?
Whoa, careful.
Your chess ranking.
Oh my god. Let's go
My
smack.
elo improved like that. Like just through focus and good sleep and good when you're more focused and you're calmer, you're more patient, you're more analytical, you can take in information more effectively. My chess ranking started to go up quickly. I'm starting to kick the ass of people that used to wipe the floor with me. Now I'm getting them all back. I'm getting my revenge on all these scrubs that keep beating me all the time. My chess ranking went up just because I'm more focused and more calm and more patient, which are what you need to think effectively and be a good chess player. Make sure.
How many polygons for retopo?
That
as many polygons as you need.
There's a second thing that's massively important, and this is
to make it look good, but like not excessively
AKA
a lot of polygons.
Daily, and that is do some form of exercise.
There isn't really any hard,
if I can make a
or
recommendation,
like there's not really any limit, honestly.
If
Polygon limits are for like
the research I've learned
older
from books
games.
And stuff like that. As you get older, I'm approaching 50 years old.
You just have to be efficient about where you put polygons.
And even gaining muscle mass. Okay, so focus on that strength side of things. But I also focus on.
And it really depends on like what you're making as well.
3 days of weights. So if you want to know my weekly breakdown, Monday weights, Tuesday zone 2 training, Wednesday weights, Thursday zone 2 training, Friday weights, Saturday, Sunday zone 2 training, and I put a little bit of zone 5 training, some VO2 max, usually around 3 minutes of VO2 max on my Sunday at the end of a zone 2 training as well. That's my weekly routine. Okay? Not saying do that. In fact, I don't recommend it if you haven't been into fitness. You don't want to push your heart too hard. You want to slowly build up your cardio fitness to get into that. But exercise is the key to happiness and growth. Exercise is fundamental. In my personal opinion,
are they giving up?
You should be exercising a minimum of 3 times a week. A minimum of 3 times a week. And that in conjunction to good sleep is massively important.
I mean, the game that you make.
Artists,
Yeah, same thing applies.
You, but this is an important talk. Artists.
It really depends on like what I'm making and just like being efficient with polygons. So I can't really give you a hard answer like on how many polys.
Strain versus recovery. That's what these different apps call it. They'll call it activity versus readiness or strain versus recovery. There's a balance to life. As much as you put in,
it really like
take out. As much as
retopology is an art form. You got to think about retopology as art.
Of course, sleep.
However many polys is required to make it look good, but also like not being excessive.
Back down. Things like the breathing app on the Apple Watch that I thought was the gimmickiest, dumbest thing I've ever heard. Yeah, okay, sitting down and breathing for a minute's going to make a difference. It does if you track heart rate variability, which I do every single day. Oh yeah, when I wake up before I jump on my bike, I always check my heart rate variability. I've got a chest strap, and I always do a little reading.
Oh shit, skimmer!
The house is still quiet.
Oh no, they're gonna get fucked.
I check that as well. Basically, the gauge of your physical health.
Let's go loot this guy real fast.
Which is improving dramatically as well.
Nothing. As expected. Let's get out of here.
When you push yourself, when you're straining
That's some good training.
You also have to learn how to recover properly.
Where are we going? Let's go to... I guess we can go stop in Stoat and see what's up there.
And your neck and your back. You're not getting any kind of activity. And then you go to bed and you're not sleeping properly because you're drinking too much goddamn caffeine and you're eating carbs just to keep your energy up. All of those systems are going completely out of whack. basically by drawing every day, you're
What is
putting an
this?
incredible mental strain on your body, but you're not recovering from that strain.
This is like a trade caravan. Manhunters.
You're not doing any kind of, you're not meditating, you're not breathing, you're not doing.
Is this more crossbow training here?
Exposing yourself to sunlight. And then
I think it might be more crossbow training.
Man, I've got serious anxiety issues. Man, I'm really, really down all the time. I'm feeling really, really depressed. I'm not saying that the cure to depression is exercise, but I'm not saying it's not either.
Oh, look, it's more crossbow training.
Just saying, right? I don't want to be ignorant to the realities of depression and anxiety. I know these are very serious issues which I've had in my life, and issues which I have close ones to me that deal with as well. It's not a joke. But a lot of this anxiety, a lot of this younger generation that sit and doom scroll every single day and eat all this kind of bullshit every day and try to live up to this whole, crush it.
They're all melee, so I can just like
you
pew them.
You lose while you're resting and eating your Doritos. Somebody else is beating you to the finish line. Fuck that noise. No.
Fuck that noise.
You train, you take good care of yourself, and you recover properly. I meditate 30 minutes every single day. My personal favorite app is Calm, but there's a lot of other good apps out there. So
killing people in video games is my meditation.
Right? But breathing, taking a moment, taking pause. Every night, before I go to bed, 30 minutes before I hit the sack, I sit down with my little boy Gimli, and I journal. Every day, I journal. And it's a way of just... Sorry, Pumpkin, I didn't mean to startle you. Forgive me, my puchka.
My skill.
Every day I journal.
Crossbows 5.
I'm going to flip through it fast, but you can see. This is full journals. Every single day, at least one page of journaling. I dedicate myself to that every single day. It winds me
I've
down.
gotten really good at dodging just because I've been playing Elden Ring with like lag, so
anything doesn't matter. It's my journal. I can
the second I see like enemies raise their weapons, I dodge.
Close it, and that's my end of the day. And if
that's how you dodge in Elden Ring with high latency.
Make that process a little bit more personalized and enjoyable. Get some nice paper and some nice fountain pens with your favorite color ink, and do it as well. My personal favorite is the...
They're kind of chunky, aren't they? Look at that armor negation. I only did 1 damage.
And my favorite pens are pilots. I love pilot fountain pens, like the
17 damage. Wow, that's like critical.
932 pens like that. Okay. Recovery. What you put in is what you need to take out. The last job that I had working at a studio, I talked about this before I launched my mentorship back in 2015. I was working in a studio that, if my job wasn't done after 18 hours of work,
they're all scared of me. They're like waiting for one dude to rush in, but none of them do rush in.
Sleep 4 to 6 hours because that's all the sleep I was allowed to have. Because I would get home, I would have a quick meal very late at night. I would crash.
It's like those old kung fu movies.
6 hours later, I'd wake up and I'd have to go straight back to work, and I'd spend my entire day sitting at that desk, working, and I would eat a 30-minute lunch sitting at my desk. I never went out. The only reason I'd go out was to smoke a cigarette. That's it. And I did this month after month after month after month, and it was destroying my health, and I could feel it. And when I decided, that story I've told in my art talks in the past, when I decided to get up and tell my boss I'm going home, the lights are out, you and me are the only ones left, and I've been doing this for months, he turns to me and he says, "You sure you want to do that, Adam?" And I looked at him and I said, "Yes, that's what I want to do." And I got fired the next day. Good riddance to bad rubbish, because when I got sacked the next day, I was the
wow,
most
what a shit employer.
and well-behaved sacked artist out there. I was like, "You're the best boss ever."
Have I played Elden Ring yet? Nah, I haven't.
I know it didn't work out. I love you, but I'll leave you. And
I haven't played Elden Ring.
I drove home, back from Ottawa, back to Montreal, elated
that game is for noobs.
that it was all over. And I'll never fucking go back to that as long as I live. You know how many
Elden Ring is for cringy,
culture of
cringy people who are persistently online.
Split shifts, working days and nights on weeks. No. Student culture.
How many bolts do I have? I have a lot.
In college. It's the first time in my life the most upbeat, positive, loving, wonderful, warm, charismatic, charming, lively people I've ever known was so dark during those last couple of years at college studying illustration, because she would be forced to have to try to, and I'm sure many students studying today can attest to this, she was trying to fit 24 hours worth of work into 8, because that's what they were asking of her. But we care about your health, and if there's any problems, don't forget to meet us don't forget to talk to the administration, and we'll schedule a counselor. No, fuck you, fix your curriculum, you shit school. Sorry, I get very triggered by that. But taking somebody in peak health and destroying all of these students' health for the sake of pushing them to grow and learn is shit, because they're all working at 1/3 their capacity. What quality education are they going to get from that?
How do you say shit in Russian? Isn't it suka?
Crawl across the finish line.
That's his
when
suka.
They could be bolting across the finish line first place.
Okay. Catch you later, Artem.
They're stupid and they don't know any better. And companies are stupid and they don't know any better either. But you do.
Can't wait to see your project.
And one of the things that working in the industry for many years has taught me is you got to set your own boundaries, because they won't. They'll just walk all over you, and when you're dead and you burn out and you're in the gutters and you lose your job because you have to leave because of medical leave, and you have to live off of medication for the next God knows how long just to recover from all this bullshit. Within 15 minutes, that seat that you so loyally held and protected for years is replaced with somebody else, and they're going to do the same thing to the next dumb fucker who takes your spot, because that's the way those
look at all these dumb fuckers. They're trying to hit me.
No better, because
they don't realize they're dumb.
Put yourself through what I did, but chances are, if you're nodding your head right now, you probably have.
Pew. Right in the dick.
I have a very big problem with diet and exercise. No, it's not diet and exercise. It's a healthy lifestyle. I don't believe in dieting. I believe in nutrition. Focus on the kind of exercise that you do. Focus on the nutrients that your body needs. Use a calorie or a nutrition counter. There's Lose It, the app Lose It that I like to use. There's MyFitnessPal. There's Chronometer. There's a bunch of these different apps that you can use on your phone. Track what you eat. Become conscious of your diet. And that will reward you. I'm 47. I'm getting older. I need to focus on muscle maintenance. I know that there's a minimum of 180 grams of protein. So basically 1 gram per pound. 1 gram per pound? 1 gram
I headed the right way.
Plus.
I think I am.
The older I get, I'm probably going to need to add more protein to that.
Yeah, I could be going south a bit more, actually.
Don't eat processed foods.
Let's go this way.
If you can avoid it. The tacos, the hot dogs, the sugary foods. Pay attention to your blood sugar. Don't go binging on on things that make your insulin spike. Right? Start doing some research on what foods spike your insulin. I'm planning on getting a constant glucose meter, a CGM, basically, because I'm very curious that one of the things that might have been contributing to the fact that I'd have what's called sleep maintenance insomnia, meaning I wake up in the middle of the night wide awake and I can't fall asleep, which is now regulating, might have something to do with what's called reactive hypoglycemia. I've never been somebody who ate too much sugar, but if there's anything that spikes my blood sugar, there's a possibility that it would crash, because I would wake up just poof in the middle of the night. That's something that you have to find out for yourself.
There's a cliff.
So I'm looking into these things to see what kind of foods does my microbiome react to.
I wasn't expecting that.
Spikes. I don't have diabetes. I don't have insulin resistance. But this is something that for my health, my longevity, I'm investing in my future, is important. But all of these things are things that I'm educating on. And all I want to do when it comes to sleep, when it comes to exercise, when it comes to sunlight exposure, when it comes to your relationships, when it comes to how many hours you sit down at your desk, when it comes to conditioning your body to
we got a hero.
Healthy, solid, balanced, stable, strong, cardiovascularly fit body, are all things I want you to be aware of. And if you start to lose sight of it, if you start to let yourself slip, come back and watch this video again. Go out and start watching videos from different health nutritionists and fitness trainers and physiotherapists and anybody who can help to get you back into that spirit and start making you aware again. Start using that calorie counting, that nutrition counting app.
That's my dexterity at. You should be leveling up dexterity as well.
And when you go to bed and when you wake up, all of these things. And take care of yourself. And you have
that one's going down.
You have my promise from not a doctor, not a psychologist, none of that. You have my promise that the quality of every facet of your life will start to improve. Your focus, your longevity, your inspiration, your motivation, your sleep, your digestion, your weight, your skin, your hair,
sperm count,
sex drive. Just saying.
I called it. I called it.
It makes a difference there too. Your confidence, your anxiety, your poise. If you want to invest a little bit, Whoop Strap, Oura Ring, Apple Watch, apps on your phone. I can attest to the fact that all of these really do make a difference if you use them. If you don't use them, then they're just paperweights. Educate yourself. Become a better version of yourself. Okay? And you have my promise, things are going to improve.
I think this is the right way.
You're going to feel
yeah, kind of. I need to head south more, actually.
You're going to have a positive outlook on life. You're going to feel a sense of confidence and strength and calm and happiness that you've never felt. And you don't have to follow some dumbass guru influencer online. You're taking charge of this shit yourself. Okay?
Pew.
And with that said,
Pew.
I love you all with all of my heart. And happy painting and happy training. All right? Take care. Bye-bye.
Man, these guys do not give up. They didn't give up as easily as the homeless people that attacked me earlier. You guys happy that like Exanima's enemies run away after a while now? Like in real life, they'd be running already. Like we've tried hitting this guy for hours. None of our hits managed to land. Must be invincible or something. Our top fighters look like pincushions. Oh, they're all slowing down to heal now. They can only bandage their wounds. They can't recover their blood like robots. Oh shit, this isn't good. I can't see. I think this is training perception. Yeah. Maybe also some dex as well. Oh, we got one down. Wait, are they not aggressive towards me anymore? Oh well, let's just run. It's enough training for now. Probably should conserve some bolts just in case. What is that? That is a bush. Oh, there's some people here. What is that? Oh, they're more homeless people. Starving vagrants. More crossbow training, I guess. These guys will actually go down because they're not wearing any armor. Look at me, it's a skeleton with some loot. You guys want to fight me? You guys want to take my stuff? 37 damage to the face. Not bad. Oh, the sun's rising. I should probably train martial arts on these guys, but I don't have a skeleton repair bed that I can use for free yet. I suppose I could go to the Foglands. There is one there that I could use. Starting to fall like flies. Nothing good as expected. Let's go. I have to be careful here. Arm of Okran, we gotta watch out for that. Spine Canyon. I feel like maybe we should head around that. Scorpion Village. Who's that? Blood Raider. Oh shit, it's like cannibal territory. Gotta watch out. Are they pirates? Tengu's Vault. Okay, that's a high level area. Can we run past these guys without getting hit? Whee! They don't seem to mind me. It's a bit like the lush and fertile valleys of California. I saw a mud crab the other day. Disgusting creatures. What is that? The skull with 3 eyeballs. 3 eye sockets. Narco's disciples. Are these guys good or bad? I forget. I think they're good. Like, they won't attack you on sight. We'll go say hi, see what's up. We'll casually stroll past. We shall bring the fight to the Ocrinites. Okay, you guys go and do that. Sounds like a fun plan. Ocrinites are a bunch of incels. Oh, look at this. We can buy a spider here, maybe? Possibly. Does he trade in spiders? Nope, they're just the town guard. Well, this is, I think this is Nokron or something. Or something like that. Narco's hideout. We don't want to go there. We want to go to the place where they have high-level prosthetics. See if we can steal some. Pretty sure it's right here. This would actually be a really cool place to set up camp, except everything is brown. Hey, what's up? Hello, Wend? It's an outpost. Discovered ruin. Is that it over there? Don't know if that's it. Black Desert City. Okay, we're getting close. There it is. It's right in the middle. Okay, smack dab in the middle. Let's go there. That's what it was called. Oh my god, what's that? Nails. Why is there a dude called Nails running towards me? That's pretty scary. Making an announcement. Let's go save it and see what he has to say. I think he might be part of the city over there, so he's just like saying, you can't come in here without checking. Watch your step, Rover. Okay. Uh, be wise to not admit your poverty in a skeleton lands outsider, but wealth aside is dangerous here for Lynn. With me in my patrol while we finish our runs. I'm no helpless victim. I can protect myself. I'll be good. It's not my first time playing this game. There's some really good shit in these ruins. You need high security to open them though. High lockpicking. Let's speed things up just a little bit. Just so I can get back to artwork. It's basically the same stuff from here on out. Some of these spiders are actually alive, but that's about it. More spider patrols. And we're here, Black Desert City. The prosthetics should be over here, I think. I probably don't have high enough lockpicking to tell me who you are. I don't think that's any of your business, fucknut. What's with the third degree? I'm just a merchant looking to sell some supplies. Dude, it's just in my bag. I'm just here to steal some prosthetics. What? You think I don't remember you? What? Talking to those guys. Alright, let's go save it here. We'll attempt to steal some things. Let's go see what's even in these storage units first. I'm pretty sure like all of the good stuff is behind locked containers. But sometimes there's like an overfill of items. Like here, look at that. Scout Lake. There's like some really good stuff just out in the open. And if we like can manage to sneak around and grab them and save Scum a bit, we should be able to get some good upgrades here. So we'll take note. There's a good leg in there. What leg is this? This is a right leg. Plus 31 athletics. That's really good. This is a chest I can just... Oh, it's empty. Okay. Oh, it tells you if it's empty or closed. Full, I just realized that. Locked. All of this is locked. There's a lot of locked stuff here. Let's open. Open. These are too small. These boxes are too small for prosthetics. Seems like the only chance I have is with the barrels down below. So we'll save it. We'll run down here and sneak. Oh shit. Sneaking around my building like this? Oh no, they're gonna attack me just for sneaking. I forgot I have that mod. Okay, let's go load that. I mean, we could just like grab this stuff and then run, but this is like one of the only areas to get the best prosthetics, so maybe I shouldn't like steal. Are those his real legs or are they prosthetics? Maybe we can like knock this guy out and then grab his legs. Where'd he go? He's here. Are these like prosthetic? No, those are his real legs, right? I think those are his real legs. How much are these anyways? I know they're pretty dang expensive. Yeah, they're like 20k each. Masterwork Scout Leg. That's what we need there. Yeah, my stealth is not gonna be high enough to just like nab things. I wonder what the security is like over here. There's like a secret merchant over here that sells really high-end stuff. It's also heavily guarded. This is the merchant that sometimes just like randomly disappears. Completely bugged out. We'll quick save it and then yeah, this is where you buy like Mato stuff. Falling Sun Mark II. That's what we need. Okay, well, I guess there isn't really any way to get anything here unless I save scum a lot. So we'll just head back to Heft. Or was it? Yeah, it was Heft. We'll head back to Heft. And then we'll just remain there until we have enough money to learn how to make a repair bed. And then once we can make a repair bed, we can start training martial arts or whatever else we want to do.
Early last year, we were blessed with the launch of Dead Space Remake, which many would argue is one of the best remakes ever made. It captured the original just so perfectly, honored the source material while modernizing and improving on what needed to be improved, making it what many would consider to be the ultimate version of Dead Space. And the critical acclaim was just, I mean, all over the news, and it is something that many people thought would pave the road to Dead Space becoming just a more normalized IP, being something that EA would really lean into the future. But based on recent news, it looks like Dead Space is back on ice. So
Dead
this
Space
news
is
began
dead.
to circulate when Jeff Grubb took the giant bomb to share that he heard from sources that EA Motive was working on a Dead Space 2 remake, which was in concept phase but got canceled or shelved because of the lackluster sales of the first remake. They're now working on Iron Man and Battlefield. So apparently, Dead Space Remake, despite the acclaim, commercially speaking, I don't know if didn't do well is the right term for it. It's more that it didn't meet the corporate expectations that EA had for the game. They had a certain sales target based on the budget and how much money they wanted to make off of the game, and it didn't accomplish enough to make EA and the executives and the investors happy. Or at least that's what Jeff Grubb is reporting here. Now, EA actually did respond to this news, this report, which is rare for them to do, but they felt the necessity to do so in this situation because they wanted to emphasize that they were never working on a Dead Space 2 remake. According to IGN, who reached out to EA about this, EA has denied reports that a Dead Space 2 remake was in development before being canceled, and the direct quote from EA reads as follows: "We don't normally comment on rumors, but there is no validity to this story." Now, Jeff Grubb responded by saying that this is typical corporate denial. He posted, "I give you my permission to believe EA if you want, but whenever a company says that isn't true, but they don't specify which part of the story they are talking about, well, yeah, Dead Space 2 was definitely being planned. It had a code name, and they aren't making it now." Now, further clarification was provided by Jason Schreier, who did his own investigation, and according to him, based on the sources that he reached out to, people familiar with the project tell Bloomberg that EA's statement is correct, meaning that Dead Space 2 Remake was never officially in development. Jason Schreier published a whole article about this, reporting his investigation in greater
Huh.
detail. It reads right here that Electronic Arts has put Dead Space on ice for the second time. The first time being after Dead Space 3 flopped. The Dead Space remake seemed to indicate interest in revitalizing the series and sort of making it a marquee part of EA's portfolio moving forward. But it looks like EA has changed their mind on that front, despite the critical acclaim of Dead Space, and that has to do with lower than expected sales. It would seem as though that
Schrodinger
aspect of
space?
Jeff Grubb's report is true. Jason Schreier corroborates that sales of the remake missed the company's expectations, and so that derailed any chances of a new Dead Space game. Scrapping any kind of development for a future Dead Space game, be it a brand new entry or a Dead Space 2 remake, that was a decision that was seemingly made early last spring. So that'd be shortly, just a few months after the Dead Space remake launched, which would mean that it didn't take long after launch for EA to see that sales of Dead Space remake would not meet the financial quotas that they were expecting. And so it was a pretty quick decision to call it quit on Dead Space as a whole, for now at least. Now, there are no official sales reports on Dead Space Remake's financial performance, but you can kind of gauge numbers based on Steam all-time peak concurrent players. If you look at Dead Space Remake's all-time peak performance on Steam, you can see that that number is sitting at 28,842 players, which is about a fourth of what, say, something like Resident Evil 4 Remake accomplished, which reached an all-time peak concurrent players number of 111,172 players, according to Steam charts. And when we consider that Resident Evil 4 Remake has sold over 7 million copies as of March of 2024, perhaps it's a safe assumption to expect that Dead Space did about a fourth of that number, since its all-time peak concurrent players is a fourth of that of Resident Evil 4. And so Dead Space sales might be sitting sort of in the area of less than 2 million copies total since launch. This is a very rough estimate. These numbers are not official, but things like Steam charts are a bit of an indicator as to how well a game might be performing commercially. So assuming that Dead Space Remake sold somewhere between 1 and 2 million units, maybe on the higher end of the 1 millions, that may not be such a far-fetched assumption. Now, selling almost 2 million copies of anything is still good, but at a AAA level, at a AAA scale, we're dealing with, multi-billion-dollar companies like EA. They're looking for greater results than that. Even around launch time, we were seeing some hints that Dead Space Remake might not be selling super gangbusters. So, for example, here's an article from January 30th, 2023 that details how while Dead Space Remake did launch at number 1 in UK box charts, those numbers were ultimately lower than those of Callisto Protocols. So already there were hints that Dead Space wasn't gaining the momentum that it needed for it to sell enough copies to please the EA executives to greenlight another Dead Space project. Now, apparently, while Jeff Grubb was wrong in saying that Dead Space 2 Remake was in the works before it got canceled and shelved, that doesn't mean the possibility of remaking Dead Space 2 wasn't discussed. It's just that it never made it to the table on any official capacity, as Jason Schreier details here. Yes, Dead Space is now on ice once again. EA's Motive explored ideas for a new entry early last year, but none were greenlit. The chief hope was for a new game, not a remake of Dead Space 2, despite today's rumors, although both ideas were explored. But talking about ideas and gauging what a studio might potentially want to do for their next project is one thing. It's another thing for it to be in official development, which is what Jeff Grubb was claiming, and Dead Space Remake 2 was never officially in development. It was just sort of rumblings and ideas that the developers had in mind that never ultimately panned out in any solid form. Jason Schreier further explained a potential reason for why Jeff Grubb might have confused his information, saying that Motive used the same codename to describe whatever project that the Dead Space team was working on next, hence the confusion on Jeff's part. It was never really a Dead Space 2 remake, and for nearly a year, it's had nothing to do with Dead Space. So it's not always the case that a specific codename is given to a specific project. Sometimes there's just a codename that represents any next project that might occupy the space of that codename. And so while Dead Space 2 rumblings were there behind the scenes, the thing that ultimately got the codename that Jeff Grubb confused with for an official Dead Space 2 remake development is whatever it is they're working on now that they've been working on for nearly a year. Currently, we know that Motive is working on 2 new games, the Iron Man project and a new Battlefield game. And in fact, Jason Schreier further highlighted that the leadership team that was responsible for the Dead Space remake is now focused on Battlefield, which for EA tends to be a more profitable venture. So for those who are hoping that the critical success of the Dead Space remake could pave the road to Dead Space becoming a major IP for the long-term future, I'm sorry to say that the Dead Space IP's future is not looking bright. I'm actually surprised that Dead Space didn't perform better financially, because, it felt like it hit all the right notes. Critical acclaim was there, and then it's a horror game that had a lot of good things going for it, with a sci-fi motif, with a great atmosphere, and it looked like a game that would appeal to the masses, but for some reason, it didn't take off on a level that EA would have liked. I thought for sure this was going to sell like 5 million copies or something, but alas, that was not meant to be, and it is really a damn shame. EA Motive really proved that they know what they're doing with Dead Space, and they can do the series justice, and for that hope to be stamped out, because EA is ultimately a corporation that cares about short-term financial results rather than nurturing a series for the long term, for not only the artistic merits, but also because that's how you get a series to grow over time and have a long-term loyalty and a long-term growth behind it. The inability for Suits to think about it in those terms means that
Oh shit! What the
We might
fuck?
not be seeing
Oh my god! I
more
got hit
Dead
by.
Space
That's
on a
not good.
level that the Dead Space remake
Let's save
kind of
it here, just in
put the
case I get
series out there
smacked again.
for a long time to come. And it really sucks
Let's go
because the remake
stealth and
gave us a
also
glimpse
heal up.
of what incredible games the Dead Space series paves the road for when leveraged correctly, like the Motive team did. But alas, this is what it is, and hopefully, whatever the Motive team moves on to next, they'll be able to stick the landing on. But I'm a little disheartened to hear that Dead Space is going to go out like this, despite the fact that it pretty much did everything right, except not achieving EA numbers. Really hope that Iron Man game knocks it out of the park. They already got the flight mobility mechanics with Anthem. They can adapt some of that, some of the learnings from that game. Hopefully that game will be good enough to soften the blow that is this news, especially for fans of the series.
I guess we can like sneak run.
Was finally seeing
we'll sneak
the
run to
that it deserved.
actually we can't
was not meant to be.
run yet.
That is everything you need to know about the future of
scary.
Dead Space. EA has decided there is no future for the series, at least for now. Let me know in the comments below what your thoughts and opinions are on this, and to be further updated on all things gaming news, reviews, and discussions, stay tuned right here on Young Yeah.
I don't see how that was actually news. Like, it was just talking about like confusion between two different sources. Is there anything else to listen to?
Hi, I'm Henning from flipnomals.com, and let's get into my approach for shading and lighting my clicker project from The Last of Us using Substance Painter and Blender. Now, if you prefer an article instead of just a video, we have a written tutorial on this exact topic over at blog.flipnomals.com, which covers the whole thing as well, step by step. This is very similar to this video. Starting in Substance Painter, this is where we ended in the texturing video of this project. As you can see, all the maps are now done, and if you break this down, you can see that we essentially only have two maps. We have the base color, and then we have the roughness maps. If you spend a lot of time on the actual sculpt, you really don't need a whole lot more than that. In this case, the high frequency, like all the pores and all that, is just done in decimation, and we brought the decimator model into Painter, and then we brought an even higher decimator version into Blender. So we're straight up rendering the decimator version, and this keeps it really simple. Once the texture maps are done, I've simply exported them out as this separate texture set with only the base color and the roughness, which we are going to pick up in Blender. In Blender, the very first thing I recommend that you do is that you change the LUT from Filmic to AGX. AGX is a new LUT, which is honestly just better than Filmic. There's a link to where you can download AGX in the description, but you can also simply just Google AGX and you're going to find this on GitHub. Once you've installed AGX, you simply go down all the way down under your render settings to color management. You make sure display device is set to sRGB, view transform is AGX, and the look is punchy. Even if you aren't using AGX, I highly recommend that you use Filmic, simply because the render will be much more balanced. So once we have this installed and all set up, then it's important to just clean up the scene just a little bit. In this case,
oh shit, I'm getting followed.
All the pieces
Where are these guys?
and
Outlaw
these are
swordsmen.
Imported directly from ZBrush, and
might as well get
are
some
decimated, and that means that this is simply a
ranged.
high-res
Oh,
model
he's
that's been optimized
fleeing.
to retain its shape and details, so keeping the poly count low. In this case, each model has a different poly count.
Kinda want his hat.
Important it is. For instance, the head has a much higher poly count than these little mushrooms here on this side. And the poly count that's good is really the one that fits your system. I tend to make this as high as possible while still being able to render and not crashing Blender. So with this said, now we have all the objects and I'm going to start making collections for them. So the collections I have here would really be the same models from ZBrush. I haven't really changed them a whole lot. Should have probably renamed these a little bit nicer, but here we go. One thing I've added as well that we haven't spoken about is the fact that I've added a quick wet line. This is simply a model that's right here, and this is a very, very simple model. This is basically just a cube that's been extruded out here and just has a wet material on it, basically just a glass material, as that makes it a lot more realistic.
I don't know if this is really worth it though.
It integrates the gums a lot more and makes it seem like...
I just want to take his hat because I can't.
But apart from that, all these are just the same models we've already had in previous videos. And then we have a simple environment, and the environment is very, very, very simple. This is simply just a cube that has been extruded out on the sides here, or rather a plane that's been extruded. And this just has a very simple material, like a really black material. And this is simply just to block off any lights from like environments or anything like that if we were to use an HDRI, which we're ultimately not using, but it's still kind of nice to have it here because then we can control it quite nicely. And this is just put in an environmental backdrop. Then we have a camera group, and here we have two main cameras. One is more of a medium shot and one is a proper close-up shot. And it's really handy to have two because you can try out different camera angles really pretty quickly. Then we have a light group that contains all the lights, and that's where we are going to be starting off right now. So we're starting off with the key light, and this is simply an area light in a pretty high up position, but also pretty frontal lit. When I'm lighting, I tend to keep either 20-30% in light or 20-30% in shadow. I try to avoid it being like 50-50. In this case, you can see that the vast majority is in light. And this is just a general good rule for lighting. It just makes the lighting more comfortable. What I'm doing here as well is I'm trying to establish more of a focal point. I want people to be looking at around this area here. So I'm making this area here a bit brighter. But also you don't have too much control with just a single light. In this case here, you can go under the light settings, and I've just added a little bit of color to it. I tend to add a little bit of color to all my lights, as it just makes it just a bit more vibrant. Even in a case like this, where this is quite a neutral light. As a tip, whenever I'm lighting, instead of dragging the slider, I tend to just multiply by 2 to make it twice as bright, or divide by 2 to make it half the brightness. This is just a quick way to change the brightness instead of finding the exact values. It's never about exact values, it's always just about the rough feeling of it, and then you can of course tweak this later on if you want to have like highly precise values. But I find this to be a good way of doing it. Basically make it twice as bright or half as bright. And then we have the fill light. The fill light is here to simply brighten up the darker parts, because without the fill light you can see it's really dark, and we don't want this to be perfectly black, so I'm just using a fill light in this case. I'm not using an HDRI for this project at all. I want to control the light.
Oh, we're in town. Okay.
And I find this really what I'm doing.
Is there
here
anything
is
new here? Look around if there's any dead bodies.
And a rim light. What I was missing at this point though was separating the character out a little bit more from the background. It was getting a little dark here, and it was blending in a little too much. So I added a rim light as well, and this just separates him out a little bit from the background. As you can see down here,
I guess you can study what?
Once you're adding
Why is this guy?
as well. And this is one of the ones you can go really crazy with. You can really like
making announcements. Productive.
This was just a little bit too crazy. And speaking of subsurface,
okay,
it's really hard to light and shade, like do the look independently of each other. These are highly interconnected processes. For instance, when we're adding subsurface on a character, we're getting feedback as to the light intensity.
You can train, or training dummy.
Specularity is changing drastically based on the lighting. So
we should train assassination as well.
Instead of simply just putting up lights and then
that's definitely something we want to do.
Rendering, you need to constantly be changing the lighting based on the feedback from the materials. As a little heads up and disclaimer, this is not really how you would do it in a professional VFX workflow. What we're doing now is we're setting up a camera, we're basically locking the camera to it, and then we're lighting based on this. And that works really well for our purposes. But if you're doing a character for a full shot or a full sequence, that character would need to work from all angles. So in that case, you would set up a neutral lighting and look tab environment, which is more generic than this, where you don't really have too many colors in the lights, where you know if it works in that setup, it's going to work in all other setups. So this works well for this case, but don't confuse this with a full-on professional lighting and look tab setup. And then it was getting a bit too bright up here. So what I'm doing is I'm simply just adding a light blocker. This is the simplest thing in the world. This is literally just a polygonal plane I've just placed up here. This is how you can change lighting a lot, where if you just start to think about how you would do this in a physical world, instead of going into like fancy shader techniques or something like that, if you were to be lighting this on set in the real world and you want to have more shadows on the back, how do you do it? Well, you just put some cardboard or something in front of the light, and then you'll block out that light. So you can see this does quite a lot actually, where this one right now you can see this is really bright, and then we add this and it just focuses it just a little bit. It's not like a crazy amount, but it just helps to focus this. In terms of the cameras as well, I always tend to lock the cameras. So you can do that very easily just by going under the object properties and then just dragging on here. You can see now these are unlocked, and just by doing this, you're now locking them. This is really, really handy because you are accidentally going to do this a lot, where you tend to, like if you have lock camera to view enabled, then you're going to accidentally keep changing the camera, and Blender does not have viewport undos or camera undos, which means that if you have a perfect camera set up like this and you move it around, you actually can't go back to it. You have to literally go back to an older file. So definitely make sure to lock the camera like this. This is going to be really beneficial. I do also recommend adding what I'm doing here, adding lock camera to view as well in the quick favorites. You can do this easily just by going to hitting the N key and then going to view, and then you have this one here, camera to view, and just right click and then add to quick favorites. This is really handy because you often want to do this whenever you are rotating around in the camera or setting up lights and like finding the camera angle and such. So let's get
take a
into
short
the
break
actual
here. Give me a
shading
sec.
part of the
Okay, I'm back.
What you have to do is select each part of the model and assigning a material based on the texture sets you have in Painter. In this case, the tongue and the rest of the head is going to be one texture set. The top mushrooms are going to be one, the neck mushrooms is going to be one, and the teeth is going to be one material. This is something that you will define essentially when you are UV mapping your character. All this is very interconnected. The UV mapping of the character is determining essentially your materials at this point. So really think about the whole process early on. So I've simply just assigned very simple materials to this, just generic materials, and I've just made the base color just like a more of a neutral gray, so it will fit the lighting a bit better. And then we are going to go into the various materials. We're going to go into the head, just select the head, and then we're going to just assign the various texture maps. One of my core principles whenever I'm texturing is I try to keep my texture maps as final as I can, meaning that they don't rely on color corrections and masking and all that in a look dev solution like Blender. The reason is if you have a texture map that's more brownish, exported from Painter, you take it into Blender, you start to color correct it, you make it a bit more greenish, you start to modify the roughness using nodes. And then you want to change it later on, you want to make it a bit more red. It's really tricky to actually do that, because now do you change the maps from Painter, or do you change the hue and saturation, the whole shader network? It's just really tricky. So I tend to bring my texture maps into Blender, then I do my color corrections to them, seeing what actually needs to happen. For instance, a hue and saturation can work really well. Then I do the exact same hue and saturation in Painter, and I actually export the maps out again from Painter into Blender. I delete all my shader networks, and now it should look exactly the same. It just means that I keep the texturing software as the master, and I just import the maps here. And this means that the shader setup is dead simple. So we are going to start just by hitting Shift and A, and then we're going to type image. And we're just going to have an image texture. And now we are just opening this up. And then just selecting the head base color. You can see we're using UDIMs for this, but in this case we just have a few UDIMs, so very easy. So just bring this in here, and now you can see on the bottom this has UMs here, and this is set to sRGB, which is correct. And then I'm just going to duplicate this one, Shift and D, and then we do the same thing here. We are setting this to roughness as well. And now we have the two maps I need for this. And then I'm going to be setting the subsurface to 1, and this is essentially a balance between subsurface and base color. So in this case, if the subsurface is going to be like red or pink or whatever, currently there is no subsurface, and this is set to like 50. Now it's going to be 50%, and now it's set to 1, it's going to be 100%, meaning that it's just basically just a blend between the base color and the subsurface. Then we're going to be changing the subsurface amount to random walk fixed radius. I find this to be a much better way of working compared to the default random walk, since I have more control with this one. And then we are going to be plugging the base color into the subsurface color, and now you're going to be able to see we have subsurface. But the problem is that the subsurface is far, far too strong. The way we are fixing this is not by reducing the subsurface here or going in and tweaking the radius, because this is a mess. It's really hard to know what's actually going on here. You could of course visualize it like the red, green, and blue, and you can just adjust these values. So instead we are going to be using a mix RGB, Shift A, type mix RGB, and then we are going to be using this color as the radius. And this means we can actually choose the colors using like our eyes instead of using math. So set the FAC all the way to
Give me a sec, guys. Cheche needs attention. Okay, I'm back. I am back, I'm back. Got anything to loot? Any loot? Not really. Oh, you know where I should hang out? Let's go to... I think it was either Shobud High or Stoat. Let's go to Shobud High first. But sometimes, uh, if you stay there long enough, like a war begins to happen. And then you can get like a lot of loot that way. At least, if I remember correctly. Oh, what's that? Oh, who are they attacking? They're putting up a good fight. It must be a tech hunter. Rebel farmer. Yeah, tech hunter. If he takes out the tech hunter, he might get some good loot. Ah, okay, never mind. Oh, we got a prosthetic leg we can sell though. 390. How heavy is this? Wait, 5 kg. I don't know. A lot of loot here though. We don't have a high enough assassination, otherwise I'd take out the tech hunter. Get a free repair pack. Nice, we can always use bolts. And nothing. Okay. Might as well grab the meat and the shell just because why not? Shoot, did I get hit? Oh no, it's the other guy. Okay, onwards to Shopatai. Actually, let's go talk to him. We were able to talk to him before. What he has to say. Need to hire a sword? I wonder if I hire him and then we can send him off to his death to get his stuff. Might be hard to find anything like that around here. Let's not do that. It seems kind of mean-spirited, especially when so many people die around here anyway. We're still going 18 miles per hour, so we can outrun pretty much everything. Whoa, there's a trader here. You can talk to this guy. See if he has anything to sell. Not much. He doesn't have any money either, so I can't give him stuff for gold. Oh, this guy has a bounty. 3,000. I wonder if we like bring him in. Let's go do that. We haven't gone too far away from Heft yet. What bounty is he? Swordsman, Captain Clefta. Wanted by the authority. It's not wanted by the local faction. They're wanted by the United Cities. That is the local faction. Let's do it. We'll get their aggro. We'll aggro them back to the samurai guard, or at least we'll head in that direction. We're gonna change our squad name to Bounty Hunter. Because we kind of are more of a bounty hunter than thief now. Oh shit. Well, that's handy. Helps remove some of the danger. Maybe they'll kill each other if we run far enough. This guy's like just on me, like a magnet. Okay. Let's go, oh shit, he's after me. Trade one danger for another. Will the gate guard Shino help me if I run towards him? Okay, good. Okay. Let's go grab this guy real fast. Oh shit, that's not good. Gotta get out of here. Go. Let's go get the gate guard to help out. I don't want to waste all my bolts on a skimmer. Wait, what the fuck? He's running away. Bro. Supposed to defend the gates. It's a bit annoying. Wow, useless. Useless gate guard. Okay, let's go toss this out. Put this on. Toss that out. Toss out the meat. Just so I can run faster. We'll circle back around and then try to get the skimmer distracted by the outlaws. I know they're basically bleeding out and dying, but... Okay, maybe I have to kill the skimmer. Gotta kill the skimmer. No other way about it. Oh, it's leaving me alone? Nope. Okay. This is really scary. These guys do massive damage. Oh shit, another skimmer. Ah, my god. This is not worth a 3,000. Okay, fine, we'll just head all the way back to town. Let you guys deal with the gate guards. Be great. Whoa, what's this? Is this the tech hunter again? Who are these guys? Sand ninjas. Okay, they have some good loot. If we run over to the sand ninjas, they'll be able to help us out. Even though they're like bad guys, I guess. Crazy. Sand ninjas and skimmers working together. Never would have thought I saw the day this happens. Okay, maybe these traders will help out. They usually attack anything that's hostile nearby. Hopefully. Or not, I guess not. It's the only people who deal with anything are the gate guards. Finally, some bastion of civilization. Alright, let's go loot this guy. Does this guy have a bounty? No, he doesn't. High grade ninja rags. Exactly the same thing. It's worth it though. 500. Nodachi. We might as well just like grab their stuff and sell it. Yeah, we might as well loot the dead and sell it. The bounty, we can just forget about the bounty. See what happened to the other outlaw swordsmans. Looks like the skimmers took care of them. Are these the sand ninjas or? They are. Oh my god, this guy has a bounty of 5,000. Hell yeah. What about this guy? Nothing. Oh, this guy also has 5,000. This guy's playing dead. Let's go pick him up. Just so he doesn't wake up and then we can loot him. Grab his bolts. Healing pack. Let's get rid of his weapons so he doesn't have anything to fight me with. And drop him. And then we'll loot this guy. Grab his weapon. And we'll pick him up. Actually, we should probably first aid so he doesn't So he doesn't absolutely die on us. Do we have a bandage? We do, okay. We'll come back for this guy if we have time. Okay, let's go pick him up. Pick up. Let's go put all of the weapons in here for now, just so less weight. Actually, you know what we can do is just drop this backpack in here. We should be able to haul ass a bit faster. I have to remember to pick up the backpack once we turn him in. Okay. Where's the dude? Shit, he's not here. This music is so loud. Where is the gate guard captain? He's never here when you need him. Give me a sec. That's like the worst music in this game. Just because of how loud it is. Where the fuck? Ah, there he is. Okay, thank God. Take him. Okay, we got almost 6,000 just for that one dude. Let's go grab the other one. If he's still alive and still there, not half eaten by skimmers. Is that him standing there, or no? That's a different one. This is the guy. Okay, let's go pick him up. Just in time. He was just about to wake up. Uh-oh. My leg. What? Following leader. You took my leg off. Wait, what happened? His leg's off. Oh no, that's terrible. You know, freaking fuck. How did his leg just pop off? What happened there? Did the skimmer eat his leg off? I didn't do it. Not my fault. His leg just fell off. Maybe he needs more calcium. Maybe he needs like more collagen so his skin stays together. I don't know. Oh shit, what happened there? His leg fell off. Dude, his leg just fell off when I was walking. What the heck? Is he, wait, is he dying? He's crippled, unconscious. Okay, he's not dying per se. He will be dying soon if his blood goes negative. Actually, you should probably, nah, actually, We're good. I think he'll make it. He'll make it to be turned in, and then he could die. Yes, he's there. Okay, let's go loot this guy first. Grab his stuff. How do we want to do this? Put the swords in here. Put this in here. There we go. He's not dead, is he? Unconscious. Okay, he's dying. Yes, take him. Another 5k. Sweet. Okay, we're rich now. 13k. Wait, I'm still holding on to him. Where am I? Yeah, let's go drop him here. Wait, let's go talk. Wait, how come I still have him on me? This is like a. Oh, okay. I thought I had like an infinite money glitch for a sec there. Let's go sell this junk. I wonder if that guy with the 3k bounty is still there. Probably not. I mean, we can try. I kind of want to do some art though, so we'll just. What's that blood splatter? Oh, that's where his leg fell off. I'll just go do some training here. I need to do some knockout training. That would be good to have. I can knock out some nobles that I find and take their stuff. Let's go check the merchant, see if he has anything good. Sometimes they have like chain shirts. Where's the merchant? I think he's sleeping up here. Black and chainmail could be good. Small thieves backpack. Encumbrance reduction, 60%. This is actually a lot better. This is like the same thing, except it's bigger. What's that? Wait. I was looking at the wrong thing. Combat skills bonus, -2. That's fine. Yeah, that's worth it. Ninja rags, high grade. It's like light colored. That's cool. We can get the chainmail and armored hood could be good too. Crossbow's effects, 0.9. Not great. Let's not use that. Well, we want the bigger backpack for sure. $3,000, almost 4,000. Black and chainmail. Wow, that's like almost 9,000. Jeez, let's not get that. That's a bit too much. Okay, not the same thing. It's a waste of money. Let's go sell this bag, extra bag that we have. Well, once the shops are open. Let's go back in here and train. Train some assassination. Definitely need better prosthetics. Look how big this backpack is, though. For like -2 to combat skills, which we don't even really use. It's an OP backpack. Oops. Okay.
And this means that the color 1 is going to be the slot we're using. And the color we're choosing now is essentially going to be both the value, meaning how strong is the subsurface, but also the actual hue of the subsurface. In this case, you can see it's red, but we can change this as well to something else. So the first thing we'll do, we are simply just going to plug this into the subsurface radius. And now you're going to see that the color indeed changed to this. If we change the color now to pink, you're going to see that this is going to be scattering pink. And now if you just leave this to in a neutral way, if you go here and just go and remove the saturation, you can see it's now, we can make it all the way white, so it's really extreme. But if you now were to just change the value of this all the way down, you can see what happens. The subsurface really disappears. So the value controls the amount of subsurface and the color controls a hue. So this is a pretty intuitive way of working. And then what I tend to do is I tend to use a pretty low value with this. And like something like, this depends on the scale, but something like 0.03 tends to work really well for me. But again, this does depend on your scale, and it depends very much on which model you are using. With the fixed radius, this is, these values are completely different from if you're using just a random, the default random walk. So now we are just going to be changing this to something like, let's choose here, the value, something like 0.042, that's fine. And then we're going to pick a color, and the color is going to be like this darkish red color, darkish red or darkish like brownish color. And this is going to be subtle, and you want this to be kind of subtle, because if you're exaggerating this too much, the character is going to seem like it's made of wax. So something like this is actually quite nice. And now you can see that the roughness is set to 1, which we definitely don't want. We want to use a roughness map. But before that, we have to change the color space to generic data. This is different if you are using Filmic or not Filmic or AGX. If you are using AGX, your scalar maps, meaning black and white maps or data maps, should be set to generic data. And then you simply just plug the roughness into the roughness. And this should just work out of the box. And the reason this should work out of the box is that I've tested this back and forth in the texturing phase. So at this point, when it comes to adding the materials, doing the materials, I'm more thinking about what is the actual material made out of, like what is the surface made out of, not so much what specifically is the color and the roughness, because I should have really defined that before. And now you can see we have some nice roughness on our character, and we have some nice SSS as well. And this is the same approach for all of the other maps. So we are just going to be choosing this one here, and then we are simply just doing the same thing as before. Shift A, image, duplicate this guy, Shift and D. This is going to be our roughness, so just plug this into roughness, and this is going to be our subsurface, so plug this into subsurface color. And then we're just going to be assigning these textures and changing this to generic data. And now the head shroom should be working. And now just changing this to generic data, and then just changing the SSS to random walk fixed radius, and then setting the subsurface all the way up. And then same thing as before, our mix RGB node. Just moving this up here. You can also just straight up just copy it from this one here. That's what I'm going to be doing. So you can see the subsurface is way too strong now. So just plug this in, and then it's the subsurface radius. And there we go. Now we have the head shrooms. Now we need the teeth and the neck shrooms. And you guessed it, same approach for that. So we are just going to be time-lapsing ahead just a little bit. And that's really it for the materials. Like I said before, it's really simple once you've done a good job in Painter, and once you've already iterated a bit back and forth between this, then assigning it and the actual final material becomes quite simple. The key to skin shading in Blender or in Arnold or wherever you're doing, like I developed this first in Arnold, so this should definitely work there as well, is don't use a base color, use a full subsurface, plug the diffuse into the subsurface color, and use a color for the radius. In this case, we're using a mix RGB now with a FAC set to 0, and then a dark and saturated color for the actual value. And this is a simple and powerful system. For the roughness, keep it simple and just plug it straight into the roughness slot. If you need to modulate this later on, like if you need to change the value of this, the best way to do this is to use a map range node, and then you can plug this in, you can adjust these values here. Then if you do that, I recommend Control-Shift clicking on the map radius, and now you can see what's happening here. So now you can adjust the values up and down, where brighter means it's more rough and darker means it's smoother. So this is like a good way of doing it. So now for instance, if we were to change this, Control-Shift clicking on the material again, we should be able to see that the next mushrooms are much more specky than before. And then use Control-X to remove it from your shader network. And now really the last thing we need to do in terms of the look is we need to set up depth of field. And first, select the camera you want. And then here's a little tip. If you see the little icon here, this is the active camera icon. So if you click on this one, this is going to change the active camera to a different one. And clicking on this is going to change the active camera here. This is the same as going under your scene properties and changing the active camera here. Is just a lot easier since it's just a single click like so. So the way we set up depth of field is very simple. Select the correct camera, the render camera, then go to your camera properties all the way on the bottom here, under the data object properties. Then we go all the way down, and here we have a button called, a checkbox called depth of field. If you enable this, you now get depth of field, and by default you just get distance. The problem is distances kind of suck. You don't really know exactly what it's like. You have to use a ruler and all that. A much better way of doing it is use a depth of field object, and this is very simple to do. You simply just make a new empty, or it can be any object really, but just an empty, and then you place this where you want the object to be sharp. So in this case, we want it to be around here because this is the area you want to be sharp. And you can see I've already done this. So this is this guy here, and this is the one that's actually under the camera. It's called depth of field, or DOF, and then empty. And you don't have to do anything else with this. The only thing that matters in this case is that this is in the correct position. And then you go all the way down again to your properties, and then this, what you have to change is the f-stop. This is similar to a real world camera. So a lower value means more blur. So if you set this to like 0.01, this is going to be blurry as crazy now. But if you set this to 10, then it's going to be really sharp. Now this depends on your scene scale. So if this is like 10 meters, you probably won't really get depth of field. So that's actually why you see up here in the character, I had to have a scale group, because the scale was wrong on my actual character. Because honestly, this was just a ZBrush doodle that turned into something larger. So I didn't really consider the scale, because so much is dependent on the actual scale. So by setting the scale correctly, even stuff like depth of field is going to be easier. So in this case here, we're using a pretty low value, something like 0.3, and this is like a nice value. You don't want this to be like crazy blurry, because then it looks like this guy's tiny. And by making something really blurry, you're also making it more beautiful, and we don't really want this guy to be beautiful. Like if you want something to look really appealing, like look really cute, then you can add a lot of depth of field. It just means that everything is softer, and if you want something to be like scary and all that, then you can make it really sharp. You can see all the details. So something like 0.3 is a good value for me, but this depends entirely on your character. And then for the blades, this is basically what the depth of field is going to look like. This is also like based on real world cameras. I'm just setting this to 5 because that makes it nice and just squarish. And that's really it for the final look of the character. Now we just have to talk briefly about render settings, and we can do that if we go all the way up to the render settings. And then in terms of my device, I'm using GPU. The only reason I'm using CPU is because this video will crash if I use GPU, so I need to set this to GPU. So I need to set this to CPU for video purposes only, but I'm using a GPU for normal rendering. And GPU rendering is stupidly fast. This whole character in full HD will take around a minute and a half to render, and I have a 4-year-old mid-sized GPU. So if you have a new beastie GPU, this is done in like 30 seconds or so. In terms of the the samples for the viewport, this is usually set quite a lot higher. Again, this is to make sure that the video doesn't crash, but setting this to something like 500 is going to look quite nice. You don't want it to go all the way, because then it's just going to keep on computing all the time. But you want this to look similar to what the final render is going to be like. I don't use denoising for the viewport rendering, and the reason is that there's so much texture in this character, and the denoising, if you just enable this one, it's just going to remove a lot of that texture and has to keep going for a while to see that. So in this case, I actually far prefer having more noise in my render, but seeing the texture instead of having something that's super clean but without texture. So if you look at, like, for instance, this area here now, it looks really bland. It looks perfect in terms of noise, but it looks way too stylized. So if I disable denoising, you can see that yes, it's noisier, but it's more true to what it's actually going to look like. And then for the final render settings, I set the noise threshold to 0.01 and max samples to a high number. Specifically what this number is, it doesn't matter a whole lot. I found that around 1500 to 2000 is a good number for me. The reason this number is so high is, first, you have subsurface, which requires a lot of samples. Subsurface is very heavy sample. The second reason is that we are using area lights that are also very hungry for samples because the shadows are so soft. And the third and most important reason is simply that we're using depth of field, and depth of field is very hungry for samples. You don't want noise in your depth of field. I guess technically depth of field would be the sharp part, but colloquially depth of field would just be the blurry part. So essentially, my approach to this is just set it to a number where you don't have noise. Honestly, you can't really optimize the scene too much when it comes to this. Like, the render settings of today are really simple. It's basically, what are your samples? So essentially you're just talking about what is the acceptable noise amount you want, and my acceptable noise is none. So my approach is set it to a high number, let it render until there's no more noise. I just go have a cup of tea or something, and then I just come back. For this, I do actually denoise it, but I denoise just the final pixels, meaning that it will just do its thing and remove as much noise as it can, and then I'm using a denoiser just at the very end. I've also found it to be important to use the optics denoiser. I found this to be the most stable and by far the fastest. And then once you're done, you simply render. So I'm just going to do a render of this. I'm just going to set this to GPU, pause the video, and get back to that. And that's it for this whole video. This is the final result of the character, which we just shaded and lit in this video. The important part is that you have a really good scope before you really start texturing. Once you are texturing, you need to go back and forth constantly between your shading software, in this case Blender, and then your texturing software. If not, you're flying entirely blind and you really have no idea what you're actually doing. So go back and forth.
Give me a sec.
Constantly.
Okay, I'm back.
Between the two software and adjust the values. I also tend to take these kind of renders into Photoshop and doing like global changes to it. And that's one of the reasons why these edges now are nice and orange. They used to be more red, but I did a huge shift in Photoshop on them and thought that looked cool. And then I did those changes back in Painter, and it means that the setup is really nice and simple in terms of the shaders. In terms of skin shading in Blender, make sure to use the random walk fixed radius and use a mix RGB node for the radius as well. If you're interested in more content like this as well, I highly recommend our realistic character portrait masterclass. This is where we're making this character here from scratch. It's using the exact same workflow from these videos, the 3 videos we have on the clicker, where we are sculpting in ZBrush, where we're topologizing in Blender, UV mapping in Blender, and going
I might
back
need
and
to
forth
use one more
between
subdivision
Painter
level,
and Blender to keep
depending
it
on
clean,
how the
and
bake turns out.
finally rendering the whole thing in Blender, where we're also doing hair and fur as well for the eyebrows. So highly recommend this full course as well. It's about 21 hours long, and we go through all the steps in real time. So if you enjoyed this series of YouTube videos, I'm sure you're going to enjoy this course as well. It's taught by myself, and the style is very similar to that. So yeah, that's it for this video. So make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, and we'll see you in the next video.
A quick note before we start: if you join the Patreon the day this video is and you get the joy of making one little artist bigly happy, I'd like to thank my patron Ennui for making this video possible and for having a handle very appropriate to today's topic. Let's get. I think it's time to look back on some of the basic concepts that underlie the viewpoint of this channel and reorient back towards what we really want from our work. One of the drawings I've most recently finished. For the beginning here, I'm just mapping out the big shapes and gestures of the drawing, including the major shadow shapes on the figure. It's straight up figure drawing, so we'll check back in on this when things get a little more tricky. This drawing felt like a touchstone on a bunch of things. Its project and how I want that project to look, but more than that, it got me looking forward and appreciating the path behind me as well. And that made me want to make this video. Maybe this seems direct or on the nose, but I want to give you a diesel shot of motivation to push you into the new year with art vigor. You know, I'm feeling that right now. I'm really looking forward to the next year of making art. I have a lot of plans and hopes and ambitions that are really pumping me up, and I feel like I just have a lot of confidence that I can pull it off. And if you're trying to do this art thing, I want you to feel something similar, rejuvenated, alive, fresh. I want to give that to you. So, what will we actually talk about to do that? Well, let's dip back into the stuff we covered at the beginning of this channel, specifically the first 2 videos, which were really all I needed to say on this channel. Everything else has sort of been an extrapolation of those 2 basic points. But let's go back into them and remind ourselves what we're really doing with all this art stuff. First off, no one knows what art is. One of the first videos on this channel was What is Drawing?, which presented the thesis that drawing isn't anything. Its lack of an essential essence allows it to be an infinite scope of things to an infinite scope of people. Looking back, about a year and a half since I made that video, I still feel this to be true. It's uncomfortable for me at times because so much of my time is spent delivering drawings professionally, which requires me to pretend that there are real objective standards, and also training students, which also requires me to pretend that there are real objective standards. All right, maybe pretend isn't the right word. I must perform within those contexts. It's my job as an actor on those stages to live and breathe the milieu, even if I know it's just for fun. If you were acting in a scene where you needed to be angry to move the story along, it would be your responsibility to summon that anger as realistically as you could. thereby making it real for yourself in a sense, even if nothing could possibly happen on stage to make you forget that the anger is in service of the joy and fun of the play. And that's what it is. It's for fun. We think it isn't when our art director is chewing us out, when we're struggling to improve our skills, or we flopped a deadline, but it is about fun. Fun in the broadest sense. Fun being enraptured interest. Enraptured involuntary interest. We can't stop tangling with this strange thing that has captured our fascination in the most insistent way. That's fun. That is just the automatic engagement with something and turning it over and obsessing over it. It's like that's it. Underneath the surging drama of it all, there is no reason to engage in this most absurd practice.
Surging drama.
Its complete joy. The pure, lively, jaunty silliness of it. Don't worry, I understand that this is my particular viewpoint, but that is the beauty of the emptiness of drawing. It can be whatever it needs to be to each individual because it is empty, because there's no essential, necessary part of it getting in the way of it being what you need it to be. This is a gift. This is
art is like,
amazing.
I can be whatever you want, baby.
And it's the most important thing for you to utilize as an artist. It comes before skill. It comes before techniques. It even comes before your ideas. It's the ability to decide for yourself what this means to you and what you need to do with it. What you need to put in and what you will get out of it. And what I mean by get out of it is what small or incomprehensibly grand joys you will get out of it. Even that is up to you. It's all up to you. And no one and no thing can invalidate your choices there. It's on you. You get to decide what this is. Do try not to go full Picasso and be an asshole. There's no need for that, but you do get to choose. You really do get to choose. That is the gift of the emptiness of drawing and making art in general. The second video on the channel is how to get in the zone. Now, I made a whole lot of drawing meditation videos on this channel, but that one is really all you need. The three main points I'm trying to make are covered in that video. 1, you make many unconscious decisions when you draw, which can be examined and magnified, but never fully understood. 2, upon close inspection, it becomes clear that you can't be quite sure where the drawing is happening. Your head, your hand, on the paper, it doesn't fit anywhere. And your sense of authorship is quickly put under attack as you make progress down this route. And finally, 3, when you release all of this and simply allow the drawing to unfold on its own without your opinions and selfhood inflicted upon it, you disappear. And the process enters flow, which you have no part in. You're gone.
He has a
Because
point.
you were never there.
Definitely in the flow right
You've
now.
just stopped standing up and insisting that you must be. That all always feels vaguely crazy to say, but I always wind up having to stick with it because when I scrutinize those points, they just reestablish themselves as true. It's the opposite view, that your sense of self is somehow close enough to the process to really control this thing and so have authorship over it and all of the personal responsibility that goes with it. That's what fails under scrutiny. That's what makes no sense and has no evidence to support it. let me make a couple caveats here because we have the time. I obviously know you're real. I know you're over there and I can go to lunch with you and your feelings have moral and ethical value. I'm using the word self in a very particular sense here. I'm talking about the imagined perfect art agent in our heads. The ego, who we think of as the choice maker, who is required to be in the mix of all this stuff in order to justify all of our art angst and art suffering, right? Art angst and art suffering doesn't make sense unless it was all of our choices really under our control, that all of our failures, the ultimate responsibility for our failures is on us, right? That's the only way we can make sense of art angst and art suffering. That's the self. That perfect agent that is the central focus of that responsibility, that's the self that obviously isn't real. Yet we would all rather roil in horrible existential art pain for 50 years than relinquish it and enjoy what we're doing. Again, let me point you at the experience of flow, the most important thing in the practice. That's why I made that video before anything else on the channel. Flow contains everything you need to prove this and explain these points to you in a way that me talking about it can't. Just think about it. All artists do their best work in flow. That's when the cacophony of impossibilities that need to be juggled to make a drawing occur effortlessly. And the single defining characteristic of noticeable flow is that you realize you were in it after the fact when you look at the clock. So, you weren't there during flow in any substantial sense. All that was there was the part of you that is inaccessible to the you that you identify with, whatever that is. Don't ignore it. We tend to just take that as a happy little piece of candy and then not pay attention
Age 30,
to what must
human,
be true
Chinese
about the
descendancy,
practice for that to
male,
even be possible. You
massive nerd.
don't do it. At least not the part of you that you live as. And if that's the case, then it's always the case. It's already true. I can invoke you to let go here, but even that's a lie. There's nothing to let go of. You're already freely careening through this thing. You just need to realize it and start enjoying the fall. Fall. Enjoy it. Go. Go see how this thing's gonna go. Draw, damn it. There's a typical Instagram motivation path to go down here with platitudes like, oh, you're the only one getting in your way, or something like that. See, that's not it. You're not in your own way. You just think you are. You invent this problem with your prejudices and preferences. You lovingly erect an edifice of dissatisfaction and confusion by thinking you need to be this good by this time, or you didn't draw today, so today is a waste. You waste all of your energy on this, so of course you don't draw. When you realize that drawing isn't hard and requires zero effort, no matter how complicated the subject, of course you have infinite energy to draw. Of course you can draw when your opinion of it doesn't matter. Just move your hand. You can move your hand forever if it has no personal weight, if it means nothing about you or your path or how you evaluate yourself as an artist. And even though I'm here imploring you, pouring my guts out, trying to get you to ease up so that you can just draw joyfully forever, you're still gonna think, yeah, but Steven, damn it, it's gotta be good. I'm not trying to just move my hand. I get what you're saying, but I need to move my hand and have it be good. I beg you, please, just do it. Just try. Go watch How to Get in the Zone from the beginning of this channel and do the exercise. Maybe a few times. Just let go and draw and watch and observe and let yourself be amazed when you make something you like by accident after just drawing without judgment for 5 minutes. And when that happens, just please don't ignore it. It only takes not ignoring it once to change your life, to change the practice forever. You'll make something better than your usual when you're relaxed and not stressing and just doing it 8 million times, and you'll ignore it 8 million times. And the one day that you don't will change the practice forever. This stuff is already true. Your pained viewpoint is the lie. And you just need one good day to see it. Let go. Move your hand. Watch something you like come out, and then get married to what that must mean. If you find some way to convince yourself that all of that,
there is no spoon.
How impossibly complicated everything must be for that to be possible, for it to be true.
Do it, Neo.
Your best, super complicated artwork when you're not there, when you're not consciously choosing. If you can convince yourself that that is an accident, then you need to start having that accident much more often, because the drawings that you reason your way through suck in comparison.
What?
Okay, look, maybe I got a little caught up there. I just really want you to keep making art. Let's take a quick break to look at the drawing. Yeah, let's see what I'm doing here. Doing hands, I see. Yep, no short ways about it.
Is there anything to loot?
Slow and careful. I think at least
no, there's
2 sitting sessions on this drawing went into the hands.
Let's go check the jails. Check the slave markets, see if there's anything.
Often, even that might not be enough. I'm looking at my hands right now, and they're doing the thing where they become odd because you're thinking about them and like really looking at what they really look like. It's strange that we
it doesn't look like there's anything here.
Hurt when they're just like 5 meat
Not above either.
out of a block of fat pads. They're odd.
Check the other slave market and also the jail.
Drawing that they both wound up being kind of curled up so that they move away from the meat tentacle thing. But you can see in the way that they're mapped out the comparison.
This guy's still here. That must be so sad.
Like what's going on in the forearm, right?
Legless Hiver.
And the more straightforward schematic mapping that the hands actually have on them. That one on the right has it really clearly. So there's only the true light plane on the top left-hand side of the back of the
is this guy dead? He is dead.
True shadow.
Okay, let's go save it, and then we'll turn him in for the bounty. 500 bounty.
And then there's some hatching to indicate a whole area.
Did he die from like starvation or something?
So that's me saying that's
rusted chain shirt.
Shadowed,
I don't know.
But for example, the fingers after the knuckles,
sleeveless dust coat, limbs, nothing.
You know that that's taking like a 90-degree turn from the
well, free 250
in comparison to the plane of the back of the hand. So that couldn't possibly be the same value, couldn't be handled as the same plane as the back of the hand. All of those fingers as they curl under must be significantly different, but not quite shadow. So they got a general hatching past this step to let me know that they're
very looted these guys.
General darkening. And I have departed from the hands and I'm picking away at the forearm.
If I pick him up, can I turn in the bounty again and get infinite money?
I do go back and render them later, but at this first step, I only delineate true shadow, general light, and the halftone. On the forearm,
I don't know. I think he doesn't give me the money again.
Development. You could see at this stage, I'm trying to establish some of the more conspicuous muscle bellies and muscle tendons and smaller forms.
Oh, there's nothing in here.
Using my eraser. I'm even carving.
We'll go back and do some more assassination training.
At this point, I do love using the eraser over work that's already nice and soft and has already been pretty developed. It helps to
actually, you know, let's go
confuse the viewer's eye
check the robotics, store. See if there's anything worthwhile.
Real or convincing or believable. In reality, small forms, big forms, medium forms, they all play together in a very nuanced and perfect way with no real rules, you know?
Whoa, what's
Medium
that?
forms
Toast and jam?
interact with and inform small forms.
What?
Small
Why is he
forms
selling
interact
toast and
with and
jam?
inform big forms. It is not as straightforward as we think, and it's all quite beautiful. Moving up to the head here.
We
starting to
could
pick
buy a
out,
scout
again,
leg.
just like I did on the forearm.
That could be
Smaller
nice to
forms with
have.
the eraser, and just dialing in some of the tight shapes around the eye. This head is really dominated by its shadow pattern. Not all heads are like that. Some heads are dominated by their halftones.
These
Some
are all
heads
left
are
legs.
dominated
Oh, we
by
got a
their
right leg here.
softness. For example, if you're doing a frontally lit, classically appealing shot of a
Let's see,
soft
what do we have?
character, like a beautiful woman or a young child, those shots, those heads tend to be dominated by the softness of the planes of the head. And if you were to design that head so that it was dominated by its shadow pattern, it would add a
We could get
harshness
the
to it
right
that is a
and
little
left
bit
leg.
classically inappropriate for the subject matter. Not to say that there's no way to pull it off, but
If we sell
just
this,
going
we
with the
should
classical
have enough
sense.
money.
But this one, all
To
shadow
upgrade.
pattern, which is perfectly fine for this character type. And it has a very aggressive shape. That
I don't
shadow
know.
pattern, you can
I
see
probably
that.
should have saved it
I'm really
first.
trying to demarcate that here. So underneath the eye, where I'm describing the shadow shape that is going on in the bags of
Okay.
those eyes,
We
you
have
see that it
left and
has a
right.
little sawtooth.
He's
It has
throwing me out
aggressive
because I fell
jagged
down.
edges. If you were doing a softer character, you would not want to interpret.
We should be a
those.
lot
You
faster,
would
though.
want to smooth those out, maybe into just a clear crescent shape.
That's hilarious.
But with
Look
the
how
smaller
fast I
character,
move now, though.
perfectly
That's
appropriate to make
insane.
those a softer
Hell yeah.
shape. You can see a bunch of those, so you can see as you go down.
Okay, let's
the
get back to assassination
cheek
training.
line on the right, where that shadow delineates
This is so much nicer.
the transition
Being able
from
to
cheek
run
into jaw.
fast. How fast am I
that
running?
Has its own little
31.
sawtooth shapes. There's
Up
down by
from
the
20.
Chin, there's that shadow at the bottom of the chin, and then right above it, a shadow right underneath.
I can outrun
the
anything
barrel
now.
of the mouth. Both of those are these big
Whoa, what's this?
triangles that are jutting out into
Oh,
the
nothing.
light shape. Again, aggressive. The cumulative character of what you present in your final drawing
Let's save it.
of course, by necessity, going to be determined by the small choices that you made design-wise all throughout, leading up to the finish. So, if you want an aggressive, jagged character, everything about him, maybe not everything, with balance, but the dominant feeling about all of the things that constitute that character must be jagged and aggressive, including shadow shapes. So the shadow shapes are essential for communicating the nature of your subject, especially because in a style of drawing like this one, those shadow shapes are dominant contrast-wise. Nothing gets more contrast than the shadow shapes, so they've got to be just right. And here I go, doing one of the most boring things about pencil drawing, so it's probably time for me to think of something else to talk about. And that's right, ladies and gentlemen, I have begun blocking in a large, flat area of shadow. Wow, how exciting. There is nothing to do there but to do it. I think I have brought this up many times, but the general process is you take one pass with the pencil at a pretty low angle to the paper, you take your time, you go back, you do a second pass with the pencil on a more perpendicular angle to the paper, so pointing straight down into it to catch new fibers, and you take your time. And then you take a kneaded eraser and you make a tiny little point with the kneaded eraser, and you use it to go back in and you pick out areas that got too dark. And inevitably, when you do that, you make some areas accidentally a little too light. So then you take your pencil and you fill in that little area a little too light. And the reason that you will not see me do that whole process anywhere here is because
This
it
is why I
is
like
as
digital
boring
art.
as
You can
it
just use the
sounds.
fill
And you know
tool.
what? It just ain't worth it for me. So I don't do it. I just choose to like grain instead. I'm also veering into the graphic, stylized, weird elements on the right and left side of this drawing here. These are very amorphous for me. They're made out of reactions to moments that go down on the paper. I don't have a very specific plan for them. I don't have a very clear vision of them in my head when I do them. So you will see that I put them in much more lightly than I put in something that I have more confidence with, like the figure, right? I also redo a lot of parts of it, just looking for a better seed, I think of it as. There's all sorts of different seeds, so some parts of it will be based off of my reaction to some stray lines that I drew. Other parts will be a reaction to a bunch of stump smudging, like I was just doing there a second ago. Others I will delineate with the pencil more clearly a value area, but not lines, like a big value shape, and I will use that as a seed to react to. And then a lot of the times it's all of those things blending together. So I'll sketch a line that will transition into a value shape that will get smudged, that I'll then draw over, and then I'll erase into that and scry some lines.
Whoa, what the
over
fuck
that,
is going on?
And then I'll smudge it again, and I'll just
What
really
the heck?
layer
Oh, it's the harpoon
effects
sound.
until I lose the plot.
Gamer
with
just got harpooned.
Pencil-like stuff, like it's no longer a line or a value shape or a smudge. Now it's all
Really happy
of
my
those
legs are
things to
matching
some
now.
capacity, or it's transitioning between those things in a wild or unexpected way. That's the feeling that I'm looking for with areas like that. And it's very personal. Like, I think if you want to get stuff like that into your drawings, you do need to find a way to excite yourself about them. But that's one of the most fun things about doing drawings like this. So if you're into doing work like this, I do recommend you find some way to excite yourself about that kind of thing. And here I go down to the knee. An ode to the knee. Dear knee, why do you be? There's so many other things to be than to be a knee. Why not try the sea? Or maybe a tree? Why, when you're so free, must you be a knee? Far be it from me to decry your ancient seat as middleman knee, living happily between hip and feet, but I must say, there's other ways to adduct my leg without being so damn... Sorry. You see, it's just so hard to draw thee, knee, with your pads and your tendons and, God help me, your bones, so susceptible to all things rheumatoid, one of which dares to be sesamoid. Who even knows what that means? I do, because I've been studying you for so long, knee. Now please, let me be, and just come out well, dear knee. Sincerely, your friend, Steve. So that whole knee just comes down to one linked shadow shape. Again, sawtoothy, jagged, aggressive. It gets cut off, so it's contrasty. You know, it's attention grabbing that it ends suddenly there. It's good practice.
Is there like a brown color that we can...
your shadow shapes into
Yeah, I guess that looks better.
shape they can
It matches more with the...
still being
I want something that
characteristic
matches
of
with
the
the
anatomy.
mask I have.
Good rule of thumb. Moving up to that leg. This upper leg remains
Do something like
unlimited
that.
for a very long time in this drawing, and that's because I knew from the beginning that I wasn't going to put very much information at all in it. It was basically going to be an unmodulated value shape of that shape that you see it now.
Okay.
So
It
I didn't
has to
really
be
feel the
like
need
over
to
here
jump in and
somewhere.
start picking at it until the very end. Most likely, it would have wound
56.
up being over-rendered
Could change the
if
color
I started
of
drawing
the
on it now, because I would have wanted to react to the empty space
teal can
around
work
it,
well.
and felt like I had all this contrast that I could use because no contrast has been slung around in the areas around the leg.
There we
But
go.
because it happened near last, because I think
They'll make
background
the
was
legs a little
already
bit
in
bulkier.
and darkened down by the time I got to that leg, that
Okay,
gave me a lot more
that
information
works.
to say that it really needed to be subdued and subordinated and pushed back, so it felt properly flat in the final render. Was what I was going for with that one.
Now we look like a
And the
proper
same thing that I did on the figure,
droid
but instead I'm
assassin.
doing it all over the rock that the character is leaning on as well. So laying in the big basic shapes and then picking shadow tone, light area, and half tone, and that's it. that's enough of a schematic. And then I save that for later as well. Here we go with the pastel. I usually don't record this step. I'm glad that I did for this one. So this is a step that I don't do on every drawing. I do it on most drawings where I want the background to be generally darker. I will skip it if it's only parts of the background that are darker, or if there's
We can sell this later.
Or scenery in the background. But with a simple background like this one that I generally want to...
Looks like the stores are still open. Let's go sell them now.
You just have to
what time is it?
It's
3 in the morning. Wow, and they're still open.
And that might ultimately be the cleanest choice. It's also extremely time consuming to flat large areas like that with a pencil. So I went with the pencil.
I don't think they're open actually.
Pan pastel, black or soft.
I think they're sleeping, I guess.
Know
We can go in and talk to them.
As far as
Weird. I don't know why the door's open.
It's labeled as that.
Okay, we'll sell this.
Them in those little pans, and you can also
Yeah.
pick up the sponges. I'm using one of their sponges for this, but you could apply it with all sorts of
a
stuff.
spring bat would be
You can apply it
nice.
with paper towel. You can apply it with a brush. You can dip a brush in that little pan.
I don't have enough money.
Rub it all over your drawing. But for this particular
Spring bat would
one,
be
I'm
nice
using
for
one of their
armored units.
official sponges, which is really, I think it's the same as just like a makeup.
We could save up for like a
They sell
heavy
nice
hitting
flat, round
old
ones,
world
they're
bow.
super cheap. And I'm dipping the sponge into the pan, and I'm folding it around my forefinger with my thumb and my middle finger. So I'm not pressing it flat against the paper.
I'll go back to
I'm
training.
bending
Do
it
some
so
more
that
art.
It's curved, and then I'm using that curve to get mostly soft edges on every stroke that I put down. Unfortunately, I haven't found a way to get perfectly soft edges on all sides. There's just no way around it. No matter how you hold it, some edge of the sponge is going to be sharper than other edges of the sponge. But that is not really that big of a deal when compared to the sharpness of the pencil lines. They all do kind of blur together. So I hold it like that, I dip it, and I usually knock off most of the pastel onto the paper towel first, and then with barely any pastel left on the sponge, I will then rub into the drawing. Not only is it useful for knocking back the value of the background, but it is also useful for creating a vignette in from the edges of the piece. So I really think about that mostly while I'm doing it. So I'll start on the tape that defines the border of the drawing, and I'll push from the tape into the drawing. It's very hard to tell here because this is slightly sped up. It makes it look like I'm scrubbing back and forth, but I'm actually not. I'm only pulling or pushing the sponge once, and then I'm lifting it. So I'll start on the tape, push the sponge, and then lift it off, move down an inch, and then do it again, do it again, do it again. It's very rare that I actually scrub with it. I've tried that, and you can actually get nice flat areas by doing that, but it is a little more unreliable. But I would advise you, if you're going to use a tool like this, to just plan for it to be unreliable. As much as I've tried, I can find no way to produce consistent, controllable results with these soft, dry mediums like this. It's just in their nature that they be a little chaotic and do some crazy stuff. So I instead like to just plan for that and just be okay with it and be a little slapdash with how I apply it, and know that I'm going to have opportunities after the fact to correct it. So you will see that all of this background that I'm putting in now, this is not the final word on this background. I go over all of it with a pencil near the end. A very small pencil, but it's still faster to do that than to knock everything in with the pencil to begin with. Because I know I'm going to go over all of this with a pencil, I don't worry about it so much. It's not the final word on what this background is going to look like. I'm going to be able to balance it more later, and the pencil will unify it and also give me opportunities to blend it into the actual edges of the figure that it's interacting with. And I do think I actually take, in certain places, second passes with the sponge. I don't remember if I recorded those parts in particular, but if a spot came out too light, or if I feel like the whole thing in general was not dark enough, I try not to be lazy and just go in again and do another pass with the pastel. But I find that it actually will only go so dark on the paper that I like to use. This paper really doesn't have a lot of tooth. The fibers are very low. They're very low profile, which is what makes it smooth. there's only so much for the pastel to be caught onto. And these pastels are very, very soft. They don't adhere very much at all. They're super powdery. So even on several passes, it's very hard to get the pastel to give me more than a middle gray. It's very hard to get it to be like black, black, black. So I try not to even go for it. I try to instead leave stuff like that for pencil work over the pastel after the fact. It's a learning curve. You've got to rehearse and practice with this stuff a bit, but I do think it's worth it. It does save a noticeable amount of time as opposed to flatting in huge areas like that with a pencil. And every now and then, you will leave a little patch that is just like glass smooth and perfect. I can only do that by accident right now. Those little patches are enough for me to be like, damn, I still gotta figure this out. If I could find some way to do that reliably every time, man, that'd be great. But yeah, it's accidents for me so far. What do you think? You think that was enough talk about technique? Come on, let's wax rhapsodic about art for a while. Let me ask you, when you put down a stroke and you don't like it, where does that come from? What part of you is deciding that you don't like that stroke? Is it a part of you that's under your control? There would be a lot of utility in the ability to choose to like that stroke, just to make it a little easier to get through the drawing day. Is that choice available to you? Can you choose to love what you just put down? If you can't choose either way, if you are not the one deciding if you love a stroke or hate a stroke, and if you can't choose to hate a stroke that you like or like a stroke that you hate, what does that mean? Also, does it mean anything? Maybe for you, the choice that you make is that that weirdness is just inconsequential. That's perfectly valid. You have to decide for yourself where you're going to draw the line on all these sorts of questions. For me personally, it is consequential. It does affect the practice. Now, I'm not really advocating for any particular viewpoint here. What I'm always advocating for is to do your best to remember that you don't know. You can't be sure. Anything might be true here, but no one can claim absolute certainty about these things. It's possible that you don't actually have complete control over your art, that it is some sort of separate process that runs the way that it will, divorced from your ambitions, your goals, and your emotions. It's also possible that you have complete control over it, and all of its successes and failures are true reflections of your personal responsibility. Those are both possible, and it's also possible that both are correct at one time or the other. But even if that's the case, how can you be sure which of those is happening at any given time? I would say you can't be sure, so it's better to remain open. Just be open. Drawing is a vast field of experience, vaster than we can imagine. So just remain open to the idea that anything could be happening in that space at any time. So if right now you're feeling closed off, bound up, shackled, or bored by your practice, if you just feel like you don't know where to go with it, if you feel like you can't be sure that you're doing the right thing, if you feel like you don't have any good ideas, if you just can't be creative, just see all of that for what it is, just thoughts, just experiences, and realize that you could, right now, right this instant, just snap into it and be totally fine with all of that. And be in a place where you won't let those feelings, those thoughts, those nothing keep you from drawing, from just moving that hand on a piece of paper from exercising this incredible creative impulse that you have. Know that you have that available to you. That mind space is available to you at any time because there's nothing actually getting in the way of it. There's nothing about your practice, nothing about your drawing, nothing obstructing your path to that place of experience. The thing that you think would be the thoughts, those are insubstantial, less than air, nothing, just starlight glittering to and fro from one side of your mental space to the other. They can't stop anything. Just move into it. Just be at peace. Be free to be creative. Whether you do a great job, whether you do a poor job, just draw. Draw for the sheer mystery of it. Draw because you don't know why you want to. Draw because you're not sure what's going to come out. Draw because you want to explore the unknown. Draw because you want to let the piece of paper surprise you. Draw because you don't want to know that you would nail it. Draw because you want to remind yourself that you can flub this, that you can mess this up, that it's not under your control, that it is not going to bend to your expectations. Draw as a way to prove to yourself that you do not have complete agency over this creative impulse and that it will do what it will. And remind yourself that you are in relationship to it instead of controlling it. Draw to remind yourself of that. A successful drawing or a failure of a drawing are both equally good at reminding you of that. Just go into that space and see what there is to discover. Find out. Find out. All you have to do to find out is get in with the pencil and start carving out. Start making the thing. Start looking for an answer, a non-answer, a question, just anything. Just whatever you do, just don't stop. Just don't not do it. Don't hold it in. Don't let your sadness or your anger or your frustration, don't let that get in the way. They can't get in the way. There's nothing about them that allows them to get in the way. It's all an illusion to think that they're getting in the way and keeping you from doing it. Just do it. Just whatever you do, don't stop. Don't give up.
Don't let dreams be dreams.
Don't quit drawing.
Just
don't
do
think
it.
that being an artist is not for you. Stop inflicting all of your expectations and your weird desires and thinking that it needs to be all of these things that it's not. Just stop with all of that and do it. Everything else will follow. Everything else will follow by natural conditions. And it's never personal. The conditions are just the conditions. You're going to do a good drawing of this type of thing if you've practiced that type of thing enough times. Is that personal at all? Does that have any self-reflectance on you? No. No. And that's all it is. That's all it is. It's not any of the personal stuff that you add on to that. Don't worry about that stuff. It's nothing. It's nothing. Just work. Just draw. Please. 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 If you have a creative impulse at all, if you have any interest in making art and being an artist, please, we need you. The world needs you. Artists make strange, ineffable things. They are the very bedrock of new ideas. And the weird, percolating, capillary action of new input that decides the flavor and character.
We really need better arms. Otherwise, we're not doing any thievery or lockpicking.
I need you. You need to be a part of that. It doesn't matter if you're good or bad at art. Bad pictures influence the world just as much as good
more
pictures
money.
do. No one wants to admit that, but it's true. Once
Best
you
way to
start
do that is to
looking past
find
the ideas of
people who have
things that are
bounties.
influential being validated by success or money, no. Bad things influence the world.
Anyone
just as
with
much as good
bounties
things.
just
We
walking
need
around.
you. I wish you an infinitude of good drawings, of course, but damn it, even
Not
your
really.
bad
No
drawings
one's
are a
out there. What the
contribution,
heck?
And surely they're a contribution to your personal relationship with the practice.
Hi-ya.
But before I go deeper into a discussion about the personal relationship with drawing, let me just make a quick aside to point out that the 0.3 mechanical pencil is out and happening on the drawing now. And that is because in the way that I draw and the types of paper that I tend to use, there's usually a point where I have loaded most of the paper's surface with enough graphite that it's very difficult to get the standard 0.5 HB mechanical pencil that I use for a lot of the work to leave a very dark mark. I have just already covered so much of the paper's fibers with graphite that it starts giving me diminishing returns. Taking out the 0.3 mechanical pencil at a stage like this, which I believe has H or B lead in it. I don't quite remember right now. I think it's not HB. It's either a step harder or a step softer, but that's kind of arbitrary. That's just what it came with. Using the 0.3 here, it's not about details. It's that it can hit parts of the paper's fibers that the 0.5 could not get into because it was too thick. And that means that even though it's a smaller, possibly harder lead that is used more delicately, at this stage in the drawing, it will actually leave a darker mark in these areas that are already worked up than the 0.5 will. Now, what was I saying about the personal relationship with Her Majesty Drawing? She doesn't care if the drawings are good or bad. She just wants to enslave you and make it so that you are always there available for her to plunge a drawing into. Who knows?
Whoa, what?
If you're lucky, you make yourself a better and better vessel for her. One day she will bless you with something incredible. If that's possible, if that could happen, don't you want to lay the groundwork for that? Don't you want to start doing whatever it takes to make sure that you're available for that experience when it comes? I'll tell you honestly that when I'm wrestling with a drawing that I'm working on for a week, 2 weeks, however long it takes, I often find myself in moments of leisure, like if I'm on a run or something like that, I will have in my mind an imagined conversation with the spirit of drawing, trying to figure out what the heck to do to that drawing. And when I'm conversing with the spirit of drawing, it is always in the form of the current drawing that I'm trying to figure out. And I would say that the relationship is abusive. It often pins me to the ground and is very upset with me, and it growls at me. And it is often frustrated that it's taking me so long to fix whatever issue the drawing has that I am having the whole experience for anyway. And this is oversharing. So there I am, getting on that leg. You know, I said I would come back to it and eventually render it, and there I am. So you can see it's much easier for me to feel right about severely compressing the values on this lit portion of the leg because I have the context of all of the darkness around it. If I tried to do this first, these value changes would look so subtle compared to the white of the paper around them that it just wouldn't feel satisfying, or at least it would be very difficult for me to exercise the discipline necessary to fight the urge to make it more satisfying by increasing the contrast. So it's much easier to do a very flat area like this with context. And now I'm wrestling with the little stalagmite thing that our character is leaning on here. I wrestled with it for a long time in this drawing. Most of that was not recorded, but it fought me mostly because I refused to go in and actually draw it, just get into the weeds and do all of those little tower things, those little pillars, you know, I don't know what to call it, the striations in a stalagmite. I knew they were going to be there. I knew I'd have to go in and do them at some point, but I kept trying to make it work without them. And certain finicky, detail-oriented things define the character of their structure, the structure that they're on, and it just will not look like the thing until you go in there and draw them, and I needed to for this one. I've done a lot of the work on it at this point, and it's finally starting to look like it. I remember still being frustrated at this point because even after putting in all of those little vertical segments, it just kind of made it mediocre. Like, it didn't elevate the drawing at all, and it did not start doing that until I added sort of the weirdness going on in the top planes, which was not the original plan, but I'll introduce them here somewhere in a second. But just some design elements that are similar to what's going on in the watery, abstract lake of fire that is around it. Look. I know it's not clear what it is. I know a material doesn't read. I know I make it impossible. That's the joy of it. And for me, that's the fun of working in monochrome. That's the fun of working in black and white and in pencil. And that's one of the major things I try to take advantage of when I do a pencil drawing. I love putting these effects, these graphics, these transformations of form into the picture that would absolutely not work if it was a painting. Whenever I add these sorts of things, like everything that's going on with the ground plane there, the surface of the water or the fire or whatever the hell I think it is, it changes from one second to another. If I was doing this in color, it wouldn't work. It would immediately fall apart. And adding those elements and handling that surface that way puts a stamp on this drawing that says, this can only be a drawing. This is supposed to be a drawing, right? Now, I could, of course, one day alight upon a perfect way to handle the colors to make this stuff work, but I do try it on almost all of my finished pencil drawings. Almost all of my finished pencil drawings get some color painting pass that I do after the fact in Photoshop to test things, and it has never once panned out, no matter what I have tried. So maybe one day I will figure it out, and hallelujah for that day. That'll be a great day. That'll be a very exciting day for me. But so far, I have never made it work. And honestly, that doesn't feel like a failure. It feels like I'm really hitting upon things that are specifically working within the magical realm of form separated from color. There's so many parts of a design like this that if I was forced to paint it, to color it, the whole thing would fall apart. Your mind would insist on some sort of believability of hue or material in a lot of those abstract areas that would make the drawing fall apart. I like that, and I like that it being black and white makes that hold together instead. I would recommend that if you find yourself falling into a particular type of work that you like doing, a particular style or something like that, find out why you like that. What is it about that particular way of working that entrances you, that fascinates you? It doesn't matter if you're making it up after the fact. It doesn't matter if it's a justification that you're winging. Everything in life is kind of like that. So it's perfectly fine for that to be the case here too. But elucidating that for yourself, being clear with yourself about that, often deepens your connection to that kind of work and the work that you're doing. I highly recommend this for everybody out there. It's not absolutely necessary. There's also, I'm sure you know from the way I talk about other things in art, there's also room for mystery and just being utterly confused and lost. That has a very important place as well. But there is so much to be learned from looking at everything that you are fascinated with in drawing and asking yourself, is this by accident? Let's assume that it isn't. Let's assume that there is a particular reason that I am fascinated by this, that I engage with this over and over again, and that there is a way to put that reason into words. Maybe not for anybody else, maybe no one else ever needs to know, but at least for myself, maybe I know why. Doing a lot of development work with the 0.3 here. Getting into all the little details on the abstract parts of the drawing. This is really great fun. It's really following the steps that I outlined before. I just put down a little bit of value, a little bit of shape, a little bit of line, blend them together, react to them, look for something that I like. It's very freeform. This is super fun to do, and it creates a lot of scale and free interest, and it's really not hard. All you need to do is remember that every part of the drawing is worth as much as every other part. So you're totally free to get into little details and do some little juicy parts. Treat every little thing that you can get your pencil into as a full world on its own. I mean, they are actually, of course. If these forms were real and you walked right up to them, you could get into the tiniest little bump or crevice or little hill or valley, and you would find core shadow, reflected light, cast shadow, halftones, highlights. They'd all be there. They'd all be occurring just perfectly, exactly right, everywhere, on every tiny little thing. Now it's up to you for the way that you want to draw and your viewpoint on the world of form, how much of that you want to get into any particular drawing, but it adds a sense of not realism, but a certain presence to your work, to have at least one moment in there where those things are apparent, resolved, even on a tiny scale. That's what we're used to seeing in the real world, and there's something just slightly magical about getting it into a drawing. Trust me, I understand that it's not necessary at all. There's tons of incredible, captivating, jaw-dropping artwork that is utterly simplified and views the world from 1,000 miles away, and it works great. All 0.3 noodling here, just in there with my sharp little pencil. In certain areas, I'm literally picking little spots of white paper grain and forcing the pencil into those areas to get it to go dark enough. And just looking for transitions between a lot of these abstract little forms, just gliding them into and out of each other, softening those transitions, crisping them up, doing a little dance between cast shadow and reflected light areas and open shadow. Even at very, very small scales, just a reasonably sharp pencil can convey all of those things with just a few little flecks. And it builds up. It winds up making these areas that would otherwise be rather flat somewhat convincing or exciting. And it's great fun to do. It's really great fun to do. And I don't find it boring, actually. It doesn't feel tedious. It is fun, and it's not as slow as you would think. It's actually quite fast once you get into the rhythm of it. And if you haven't plotted everything out beforehand, it doesn't feel like you're rendering or shading. It feels like you're drawing. And that's what everyone likes to do, right? So it's not boring at all. It's still drawing. Great fun. Great, great fun. Really, really closing in. Just about done. Let me just take a moment to thank you for watching this, and to thank this drawing for being a good teacher and companion for many hours. It was a distinct pleasure to do this one, and I feel honored to have not died in the middle of it. This drawing was very exciting for me. It was nice to think about it.
Everyone give
a
a thanks to Steven Zapata
visualize it as I fell asleep.
for giving us some background noise
tricky areas
to make it
as I walked
through
the
this
dog and took showers.
art.
Drawings, given their time to unravel, can take up so many nice moments of your life. They become a little puzzle that you're subconsciously solving as you go about the rest of your day. And that can become such a source of excitement. It can produce leap from your seat moments where you exclaim, "I know how to do that damn hand," or, "Oh, I think I know what this one means now." It's so much fun. I hope I get to do many more. I often think about that. I often think about how I have a finite amount of drawings to do in my life. It might be many more.
Very
it
true.
It might be a few more. Whatever it is, there will be a number, and I tick towards it with each one. Now, I set my values and priorities for myself, and my greatest goal with a drawing is to relish it as best I can, whatever that means for that one as I do it. Drawing is my oldest friend. It feels like someone I have known and developed a relationship with over my entire lifetime. Sometimes I wonder if I can see my death coming, either from age or sickness, and I know it's around the corner, how will I say goodbye to drawing? What would be a good last one to do to honor the practice? What would it feel like to know I was doing my last one? What will it be like to put the pencil down one last time and say, goodbye, old friend. Good luck with whoever gets to draw next.
Well, that was deep. I'm gonna go pretty soon too. Stretch this out to the 5-hour mark. We're at 4 hours 50. But yeah, got a lot done today. Definitely post this up on Discord and Polycount once I'm done. might need to do some low poly adjustment around here. I think this is where the connection to the wings are, so the low poly is a bit funny around this area. Could use some rework, possibly. Otherwise, we'll see what another subdivision will do. Okay, well, I said I'll end at 5 hours, so it's been 5 hours. Yeah, see you guys later.